इस पासे लगा दो Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
just about ready for the first delivery in this very important encounter. Champions Trophy Tri-Nation Series. West Indies and USA opening today at MOOSA in Texas. USA winning the toss and asking West Indies to bat first. West Indies starting today with Ishwar Maharaj and Rajendra Sahario. First delivery. This one is navigated nicely by the West Indies over 50s vice captain Maharaj, sporting number 50 on his back. 45 overs aside, the Champions Trophy Houston 2022 well and truly on its way. There's an early appeal for leg before umpire saying bat involved, so not out. Umpire getting called quite early into the action. This will be runs for West Indies very early, and we have to await the signal of the umpire. The ball does get across the ropes, and umpire signaling byes. Do remember, it's Masters cricket. One ball allowed down the leg side. It's limited overs. Unless it is extremely wide, the umpire will not penalize the bowler and the fielding side. And it will not be bowled again. So one ball down the leg side is allowed per over. So that one was wide of the batsman, wide of the keeper as well. And it went across the ropes for 4. So the first boundary coming in the extras column. Maharaj is yet to open his account. Sahario is yet to face a delivery. And Masters cricket is being used to give these players of yesteryear an opportunity to extend their playing days. Nice heavy sound coming off the bat there of Maharaj. He's getting the ball on bat, but just not finding the gap just yet. Early days, just want to have a look at what the bowler is all about. So that's the end of the opening over. West Indies being invited to bat first. So Rajendra Sahario will take strike for the first time in this match. Right-handed batsman from Guyana. Port Morant in Berbice. Played lots of youth cricket. Represented West Indies in the last over 50s World Cup in South Africa, which was cut short by the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. So Sanjay, number 22, is back for the USA. He's going to pick up the attack from the broadcast center end. He's bowling to the right-handed Sahario. Nice flight. First up from Sanjay. That's a full toss and no ball signaled by the umpire. Very high full toss. Sahario got hit on the hand trying to pull it. So not getting contact with the bat. And the ball almost went into the gloves of the keeper. It fell just between the keeper and the first slip fielder. So the free hit is dispatched. Runs for West Indies off the bat. And this is going to head very close to the boundary at that deep backward square position. And it gets there just in front of the fielder. So runs for West Indies off the bat this time. So the free hit being dispatched by Sahario. And the total will now move up to 9. We had 4 byes in the first over. Then the no ball. And now 4. So West Indies off and running in both columns. Runs from the bat and also the extras. Extras control to these so far. Sahario's a bit more watchful as compared to Maharaj in the previous over. Maharaj was a bit more free-flowing, trying to get on with things. Sahario's a bit watchful. So Maharaj turned down the single that was on offer there. The batsman explored the possibility, but Maharaj, who was facing the ball as it went to the field, opted not to go for the single. Another over negotiated nicely by West Indies, being sent in against USA. 9 without loss. So over number 3 has started, and let's see the bowler running in, but down the leg side, ill-directed for his delivery. keeper with the helmet standing up to the stump. When that happens, the batsmen tend to think twice about batting out of their creases. This one is hiked away. Runs for West Indies once again. Sahario will get his second boundary, and that one will go over the square leg region and into the fence for 4. So this ball was ill-directed. It was on the line of leg stump and heading further down the leg, and Sahario get in line very quickly and helped it along. So Sahario, who was watchful in the very first over, got pace on the delivery this time and got good connection. Just a little bit of bounce there. It's taken cleanly by the keeper. So the new juke ball tend to give you a little bit of that because it has a higher seam. And there's a high wind here today. Again, running it down to third man. For 1, and that's all there will be. Very high wind today, blowing from what we'll call a western direction to the east. So it's from west to east that wind is blowing. So Maharaj, who's on strike now, is actually getting that wind in his face. So perhaps with the wind and with some inward movement, that ball went down the leg side of Maharaj. So 3 gone. West Indies invited to bat for us against USA as the trophy Houston 2022 begins. 19 without loss. So the bowler from the media center end will come again. This is his second over. For the first time, he'll be bowling to Maharaj. And Maharaj not quite ready. I think the umpire was having a little chat just as the ball was running in. So the batsman pulled out of the shot. Oh, he's dropped that first slip. Maharaj explored a booming offside drive and the edge found, but I feel that first slip could not hold on. So live early to Maharaj. Chance created but not taken by USA. So just some encouragement for the slip fielder now. But that field is a bit wide and a bit too close for in my opinion. Oh, that's a dead ball signaled by the umpire. Slipped through the hand of the bowler. It went very high in the air. I think he's flighting it nicely. But on that occasion, perhaps trying a little bit too hard. It's a new ball, just in his fourth, and not being roughed up as yet. So obviously, it's going to be slip. Backer is still on it. So will not get turned. The ball slide on to the bat. Outside the off stump, and Sahario giving the umpire that look as to say, is that a wide umps? The umpire says no. Still in over number 4. Half-hearted appeal. Let's look at the replay. Saw some bat on that occasion, so the appeal went up, but not really hoping to get anything out of it, just the bowler going up. Outside the off stump, looking to cut to a ball that was wide. Sahario looking to get on with things very early. That's very good. As an opening batsman, you want to lay the foundation. Perfect opportunity in front of him. Some more protection. Another attacking fielder coming in. There's a gully now. And it's very chilly out here today, so the gully fielder just trying to warm himself up with a hug. In the air this time, and it's going to go between that gully fielder and the fielder at backward point, and it's going to run very close to the boundary. Will not get there. The batsman will think about the third, and they will get it. The replay coming up. It was in the air, but very safe shot in the end because it was placed in the gap by Sahario. The batsmen, they ran 3. So good looking runs to Sahario and West Indies. Good positive start by the opening batsman for West Indies. At the end of 4 overs, 23 without loss. So JV still operating from the far end. 23 West Indies. 5 overs bowled already. So scoring more than 4 runs and over at the moment. Full delivery, and Sahario getting right forward and driving. Almost caught in a tangle. You can see from the reaction of the bowler. He felt he had his man. But Sahario got enough bat onto it. So there's a ringer fielder on the offside. There's a gully for this bowler as well to Sahario. Slip is Balbir with number 1 on his back. But to Balbir's right, there's a gully. There's Sahario driving, and the field at backward point this time knocks it down. So there's a slip, gully, backward point, man at point, cover, and a mid-off, and a guy right back on the boundary. On the onside, we have a backward square and a field at mid-on. 7-2 field at the moment. Sahario plays it into the onside, and we get an easy single because just 2 fielders on the onside. Lots of gaps on that side, and the right-handed batsman just played it softly, and took off for an easy single. So the line of attack from the USA opening bowlers is outside the off stump to the batsmen, but because of this high wind, making it a little bit difficult at times. There's Maharaj driving, quick single he's gone for, and had that ball hit that stump on the non-striker's end, Maharaj could have been struggling. He played it hard and firm to the field at mid-off, took off for a single, but the fielder picked it up cleanly as well and had a throw. So over completed, a very eventful over, you would say. And just 2 runs from that over, so 25 now, without loss. That's a nice shot from Mirage to get runs. The ball goes down towards long off. The fielder had that short extra cover position, could not stop it. But just one for Mirage, just one more for West Indies. Sadi's looking good at the moment, just trying to get the ball away, but there's a ring of fielders tightly packed in on that offside, so it's difficult to get through, but he's going to try his level best. Rotation in the strike, the right hand left hand combination. Now working the gaps in this over. Sanjay bowling his 3rd consecutive over from the southern end of the ground. And that's the end of his 3. West Indies sent in 28th without loss. So JV is going to continue. This is his fourth over now. Bowling with the new ball and with the wind as well. The wind blowing across the outfield at a very high rate. This one is outside the off stump. Wide signal by the umpire is going to beat the keeper as well. And into the boundary it goes for 4 more. So that will be 5 added to the total. So the keeper standing up and had no chance. That one was extremely wide of him to his left, and the slip fielder, Balbeer, was a bit too wide again. Low full toss, driven back up the track to the bowler. So JV in his fourth over. JV is short for Jalwant Vakil. There's Mirage looking for runs through the offside. We'll get none on that occasion. Good delivery. So JV really bowling a tight line. That's good judgment from Mirage. Previous delivery went hard at the ball, missed it, and the keeper was threatening to take off. This time Mirage allowing it to go outside the off stump. Booming drive, but will just be a dot ball as the ball goes straight to the fielder at mid-off. So Mirage not picking the gaps, hitting the ball very clean, but straight to the fielders. Over completed, West Indies 33 without loss. So the breeze as well causing some trouble with the bails at the southern end of the ground. So the umpire and Ishwar Mirage trying to do some repair work. So it's West Indies and USA opening today. Will be the other side, Canada, coming into action. This one is cut away once again by Sahario. Runs for West Indies. Is going to run close to the boundary. He's going to go all the way now over the ropes. And 4 more runs to Sahario. 4 more to West Indies. West Indies at the start of over number 7. We'll go to 37 without loss. So Sahario, who's usually more elegant and easy on the eyes, is a bit more aggressive and getting the runs. Mirage, who tend to play a lot of big shots, has been playing his shots but not getting the ball away, finding the feelers. He's kept very quiet, Mirage. Just 2 bowlers used so far by USA. Jalwant Vakil, JV, and Sanjay Pandya, who's operating now. This is Pandya's 4th over. So once the ball is played in the onside, you will get runs because just 3 fielders in the onside on this occasion. So Sahario got a full ball on the line of leg stump and he got a single. So let's see how Sanjay will bowl to Maharaj. Maharaj trying to get on with things. So Pandya flighting nicely, but Maharaj driving all along the ground. To long off. This is over 5th Test cricket. And it's called second innings. So these guys, remember, would have had illustrious playing days. But then went off the boil for a bit. And then they're back in now. So that's why it's called second innings. Really nice. There's an appeal for caught at the wicket. And he's given. That's Sahario caught at the wicket off the bowling of Sanjay. So USA picking up their first wicket in over number 8. Rajendra Sahario caught by the wicketkeeper off the bowling of Pandya. And that's the fall of the West Indies' first wicket in over number 8. 39 for the loss of 1. So the new batsman for West Indies is another left-hander. So 2 left-handers at the crease now. Farid Hussain. And Farid, before starting this tournament, was among the runs in the domestic tournament in his native Trinidad and Tobago. So he'll be looking to continue that good form in this outing. So West Indies losing the first wicket with a score on 38. Sahario just went caught at the wicket of the bowling of Sanjay Pandya in over now 8. Hussain off the mark immediately. Successful over for Pandya and USA coming to an end. At the end of 8 overs, West Indies 39 for the loss of 1. That's a very good delivery, and Farid Hussain is gone. Bowled, playing back to a full delivery, just giving the bowler a little bit of opening, and that's all that's all JV wanted. And Farid Hussain, who's made all of the runs before coming to this tournament in Trinidad and Tobago, has got to go. He's gone for one. Bowled by JV. West Indies losing 2 wickets for just 1 run. Now 2 for 39. The new batsman making his way into the middle for West Indies. It's Lawrence Puran, police officer back home in Trinidad and Tobago. So Lawrence Puran, the name sounds very familiar to many because he's the father of Nicholas Puran, who has been traveling the world plying his trade for the West Indies and playing some franchise cricket as well. So Lawrence Puran, the new batsman, batting number 4 for West Indies at the fall of Farid Hussein's wicket. Hussein just bowled by JV. That's Vakil picking up his first. So the opening bowlers for USA, they have 1 wicket apiece. Pandya counted for Sahario in the previous over. There's Puran stretching forward. A booming drive, there's an appeal, very confident as well for a caught at the wicket. All of the players are rushing the umpire, and the batsman is unmoved as well, and the umpire not having any of it. And there goes Puran down the track and speaking to his vice captain, Ishwar Maraj. So just having a little chat at what started as a long distance conversation. Puran saying to Maraj, it was outside the off stump. And there we see Anthony Sashadev, the wicketkeeper, signalling in a sportsmanlike fashion for the review. It's all part of the game today, but not here in Houston. This one is very wide of the off stump, but not signaled. Over completed. A wicket maiden for JV, over which he got the wicket of Farid Hussein, bowled for 1. West Indies now 40 for the loss of 2 after 9 overs. So we're getting another angle now. You can see this is like an extra cover, a mid-off looking into the pitch. Mirage is on strike. He's been there from the start. Sanjay is going to continue. Successful bowler for USA so far. It's a very nice facility here at the MOOSA Stadium in Houston. Built for cricket, and it's my first time journeying to the MOOSA Stadium. Reminds me so much of a ground back in the Caribbean, the Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua. The facilities to the south of the ground and the big expanse open field and open areas beyond the boundary. Lots of work ongoing at this venue. Perhaps looking to get a bid in for the 2024 Cricket World Cup, which is scheduled for the West Indies and USA. The outfield looks good. The pitch has a very unique looking grey colour to it. There's Mirage driving, runs for him through the offside. Feel that extra cover on the boundary, comes off the boundary. So one more to Mirage. So the pitch is left to be seen how it will hold up for 90 overs. West Indies batting first. Have an allotment of 45. So far, the pitch has played very well. Not sure when it dries out what will be the state. Maybe just a hint of preparation moisture, if anything, so far. There is Puran stretching forward and turning it into the onside. Still to get off the mark, Lawrence Puran. That's how he's going to play. Very aggressive. He look to play all his shots in the book. You want to dispatch the bowler out of the attack. But so far, Sanjay is in the middle of a very good spell. Already picked up the wicket of Sahario, the opener. This one is cut away nicely. Puran will get off the mark with that shot. Looking for the second. Is going to go and complete the second now. The return comes back to the keeper's end. Over completed. That's Sanjay's sixth over. So West Indies batting first, 42 for the loss of 2. I beg your pardon, 43. 43 for 2. Start of a new over from JV. So just two bowlers used so far by USA. We have to see the rest of bowling stocks that will be available. But so far, just two bowlers on display. So Lawrence Puran bats right-handed, unlike Nicholas, that's his son. That's down the leg side. The keeper had to do a goalkeeper-style save. He made an attempt but could not hold on. The ball eludes his glove, but did not get to the boundary this time. So the West Indies batsmen, in addition to getting the wide hour signal down the leg side, they got one for running as well. So two more extras. Extras continue to add to this total. That's given. That's Maharaj walking into that shot. An umpire, after the appeal went up, he probably very quickly said, you're out. That ball hitting a bit high, even as Maharaj was walking into that shot. But umpire says, you gotta go. That's the end of Ishwar Maharaj, the opening batsman. So both openers back in the pavilion, as well as the number 3. Maharaj leg before to Vakil, and West Indies losing their third. This is over number 13, number 11. No, number 13, over number 13. Scoreboard's a bit far. It's 44 now for the loss of 3 West Indies. Scoreboard's a bit far off from where we're operating. Number 13 in terms of overs completed. Well, in the middle of. And the new batsman heading out to the middle is quite dogged player. Former first-class player in Narayan Bidesi of also Trinidad and Tobago. So 2 Trinidad and Tobago players in the middle. Narayan, right-handed. One would describe him as pint size. Built more or less like a jockey. But he's quite a dogged player. Played in the glory days of the great Brian Lara, alongside Phil Simmons, Ian Bishop, Tony Gray, Rajendra Dhanraj. Those were his teammates when he played. So now he's going to be partnering Lawrence Puran. At the fall of Maharaj wicket, Maharaj leg before to JV. Umpire went up very early after the batsman was hit on the pad. Bidesi also toured with the West Indies to the 2020 over 50s World Cup in South Africa. Got injured quite early, but played on with an injured hand just before the tournament was called off after 2.5 matches for West Indies. So end of the over 13 completed. West Indies being sent in by USA. They're 46 for the loss of 3. So there's a new bowler, one that is replacing Sanjay Pandya. Pandya picked up a wicket, that of Sahario. He's out of the attack now. First ball is a short one and it's punched away by Puran, but just for a single. So batsman with the bowler, with Shaw on his back, number 11, bowling over number 14. His first. Shaw Nawaz running in, bowling some medium pace. There's Puran trying to get off the mark, but will not do so on that occasion. So there's Badesi stretching long forward in defense. Shah Nawaz. Badesi once again full face of the bat, over completed. The first from Shah Nawaz, starting a new spell, replacing Sanjay Pandya. At the end of 14 overs, West Indies 46 for 3. Nawaz starting with a maiden. So JV is going to continue. He's bowling his 8th consecutive over now. So we're in over number 15. So JV started from that top end, the far end of the ground. That's Javlant Vakil. Here he is bowling to Puran. And Puran is given, that's a full ball, looking to play across the line, missed it, and is out leg before. That, on this occasion, seemed to be a better decision from the umpire. Puran looking to go across the line to a full delivery, missed it, and is trapped in front. So once again, Vakil striking. Here you see, that's a very full ball and hitting Puran on the bottom of his pad, very low as he was crouching. So the bowler and the rest of USA were very confident. Puran was not even sure where the ball disappeared to as well. So he is gone. Did not last too long, did not trouble the scorers too much. But it's Vakil and USA who are in charge at the moment. So West Indies 4 down for 46. So the replay is confirming that Puran was hit in front, very low down. The umpire was thinking that that ball was gonna go on and hit the stump, hitting in line. So the new batsman, number 9 on his back, is Azad Mohammed. Outside the off stump, that one is allowed to go by into the gloves of the keeper. Azad Mohammed, the last time he wore the West Indies colours was in South Africa, and the last time he batted for West Indies, he got 100, a commanding 100 against Canada. And after completing his innings, news broke that the pandemic is heading COVID-19 in that time was heading to South Africa, and the over 50s World Cup came to a screeching halt. So Azad Mohammed, since then, has been waiting for an opportunity again. So he has his opportunity now. West Indies in between 2020 and now would have played one other series, winning a tournament in the United States. In Canada. This time it's flicked away for runs on the onside. Azad will come back for 2. So West Indies, Canada, and the USA played in Canada. West Indies won that tournament, but Mohammed did not feature because of travel restrictions at that time. So he's now getting his opportunity again for West Indies. Very good opportunity at the moment being presented itself because it's over number 15 still. So lots of time for Mohammed and Badesi. They're both Trinidad the bigger players, and they both confirmed that they were hitting the ball nicely in the nets and in other matches when they were playing in Trinidad before this tournament. Over completed at the end of 15 overs. A good over for USA, good over for Vakil, over which he picked up the wicket of Lawrence Puran the leg before. And USA now with 4 West Indian wickets already in the bag. They're in front. West Indies 48 for the loss of 4. Shah Nawaz continues. This is his second. Just looking to go wide of off stump. But is he not being lured into any shot just yet? This time he gets close to the stump and Badesi gets 1. So both batsmen off the mark. And West Indies closing in on their first 50. 49 for the loss of 4 wickets. This is over number 16. So another single being taken by Mohammed. So Mohammed quite busy at the crease, generally. has a high ranking after that 100 in Masters cricket around the world. Short ball, pulled away, but there's a fielder at mid-wicket. So another batsman finding the players and not the gaps. And the over is completed. So 50 runs to West Indies, the 50 coming up in that over. Bowled by Shah Nawaz. 16 overs gone, West Indies 50 for a loss of 4. So JV continues to bowl. So I rather suspect that the captain is thinking that if he's bowling well, why take him out of the attack? So he started from ball 1. Still continues. Down the leg side. Beats the keeper as well. Is going to run away all the way to the boundary for 4. So buys signaled by the umpire. So extras, perhaps the top score so far for West Indies. 55. That will roll over to 55 for a loss of 4 wickets. So West Indies top order back in the pavilion. They've lost Sahario, Hussain, Maraj, Puran. Now it's left to Narayan Badesi and Azad Mohammed to get a partnership with them, start to repair this innings, and then allow Vijay Srinarayan, Kenny Girdari, Zamin Amin, the captain, William Lashley to come and express themselves and finish the innings on a high. But so far it's all USA. 4 wickets very cheaply. And looking to tighten the screws in this one. So the keeper is going back a few paces. Full ball bowled to Narayan Badesi. Badesi, after his playing days, continued to work around the cricketing circles in his native Trinidad and Tobago. There he is, driving confidently, but all along the ground. So JV in his 9th over, so far 3 for 22. Good work from him, the opening bowler for USA, making his juke ball really count. A new ball, new surface, new tournament, and he's already putting his hand high up. This one is a swing and a miss from Azad. The ball passes outside the off stump, and the keeper not taking cleanly, but no damage done. So that's the end of a fine spell of bowling with a new ball. JV 9 overs. 9 overs, 3 for 22. Well bowled, and his teammates are acknowledging his efforts. So that's a good start to the tournament from JV. And it's going to be a mandatory drinks break. So the players are going to have some refreshments and come back and continue. At the end of 17 overs, it's now 55 for a loss of 4. So we're back here at MOOSA, and back with the action as well. And Shaw Nawaz picking up the attack after the drinks break. West Indies 55 for a loss of 4. I tell you what, I was out there just while the players were taking some refreshments, and it's very, very chilly out there. 12 degrees here today. That's why you're seeing our umpires layered up. Yes, it's very chilly today. And coming from the Caribbean, where we experience 28 and 30 degrees every day, coming into 12 and 14 degrees, it is going to be a marked difference. You must notice that. So the first over after the drinks break is completed. So on resumption, Shaw Nawaz and USA continue to do the good work. It's a maiden after the break, and West Indies 55 for 4. Start of a new over, new spell. And this time it's Kuldeep Patel into the attack. Right arm off break bowler. And bowling to Azad Mohammed. Azad is on 3. That's outside the off stump and wide, signaled by the umpire. Very wide, and Azad looking to slap it across. Made no contact, and Anthony Sashadev held on to the keeper. There goes Azad, opening the face of the bat, running it down towards third man. It will get into the boundary now. 4 more runs to West Indies, 4 to Azad. The score will get into the 60s. West Indies 60 for a loss of 4. So the rebuilding process has started. West Indies losing wickets at 38, 40, 46 and 46. So now we're looking for a good partnership between Azad Mohammed and Narayan Badesi to bring this game back into some level of even control, because it's all USA after that opening partnership. This time Kuldeep held that one back, not pushing it through like he did previously, and asking Azad to use the lack of pace, and Azad was beaten. extra bounce from the bowler. And Azad was committed to the front foot. He had to rock back very late on the back foot and cut it away for one. So that's the end of the over. The over completed the first for a new spell for Kuldeep Patel. His first over. West Indies being sent in 61 for the loss of 4. So Nawaz is going to continue. So more runs for Badesi, more runs for West Indies. West Indies seem to be getting a hang of the conditions now and settling in nicely with Badesi and Mohammed. So Badesi into double figures now. He's on to 10. Mohammed is on strike. He's on 9. 67 for 4. That's Azad Mohammed playing his favourite cut shot. Just putting his weight on the back foot and cutting the ball, but this time not able to find the gap. Gap found on the onside. Single taken. Badesi and Mohammed getting some good runs in the previous over, bowled by Shah Nawaz. West Indies now 69 for a loss of 4. So Kuldeep has come for his second over, and Mohammed getting a single very early in the over. So now that Mohammed and Badesi, they've started to understand the conditions on each other, we can perhaps look and see some more singles being taken. Nice flighted delivery from Kuldeep. So he's coming in an angled approach, the bowler, running from wide as he gets to the crease, and delivering from a very high action. This time drawing Narayan forward. Narayan not able to pick the ball. That's a good over coming to an end from Kuldeep. Kuldeep with international experience as well. He played for the USA back in 2004-2005 era. And just a single from the over. So West Indies 6-9 for a loss of 4, 19 gone. So we have left arm spin for the first time, and it's number 57 for USA in Vikram. And Mohammed taking a single very early again in the over. So Mohammed playing shots and getting production. So Vikram with number 57 cut in between the umpire and his stump, running from a very much an angled approach, almost coming lateral with the umpire, who's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed, to the right-handed Narayan. Down to long off for one. So Vikram Raman, left arm orthodox, and this time another single. So the West Indies batsmen using the V right now. Single to long off for Narayan, single to long on now for Mohammed. So both batsmen on 12. It's a low full toss, and Bidesi not able to cash in like what you would see in the modern day cricket. So Bidesi just contented with a single to a full toss. So the first over of left arm spin coming to an end. At the end of it, West Indies 73 for 4. Azad and Bidesi continue to look good in the middle order, repairing the damage. Mohammed is on 12 in the Ryan, Bidesi on 13. Just 4 runs conceded in that opening over from Rahman. This time the full toss gets dispatched and it's going to go all the way into the boundary. It's a loose delivery from Kuldeep. Not able to get the control. Perhaps the finger's getting a bit too cool and a bit too stiff in the conditions. It's very windy, like I said. It's chilly today. Not necessarily gripping the way he wants. Very high, waist high full toss. And there was no right in his crease. Swiveled nicely and got the boundary. So over completed. That's the third from Kuldeep Patel. So he has conceded 13 runs from his 3 overs. West Indies 79 for 4. So Rahman is going to continue. This is his second over. Conceded 4 in his opening over. Giving West Indies something different than what they here in the innings. So we're going to continue with Vikram. There's a half-hearted appeal. There's a half-hearted appeal going up for leg before to Beresi. Umpire says not out. West Indies continue to battle away here. It's a good little partnership has developed between Narayan Beresi and Azad Mohammed. So that partnership now worth 34 runs. This one's played into the onside again by Beresi. So it's a heavy dose of spin, but the only successful bowler is Vakil, who had 3 for 22, and he was bowling some medium pace. A low full toss, and Azad tugs it from outside off stump down towards long on, and it's going to go across the boundary ropes for 4. So did not look like it was going to head to the ropes, but the fielder was a bit late in reacting, and the ball just won the race ahead of him. The fielder coming from long off, and the ball went over the ropes. Good solid hit from Mohammed. Nice lightning fast outfield here at MOOSA Cricket Stadium, and the field at long off instead of the field at long on that he should have gone, but it would have split them in the middle. There's Mohammed rocking back on the back foot for his favourite shot. That's going to result in just a single. There's Benesi hitting in the air, but we'll just get a single. Ball is not going to carry it to hand. .87 now. The score has moved up to 87 for the loss of 4. 24 overs completed. 24. That's a big shot from Beresi. He's going to run close to the boundary. He's going to get there now. So 4 more to Beresi. In fact, no. Did not. From our vantage point, the camera's not swiveling in that area, but from my vantage point, it looked as if it went across the ropes, but it held up just in front of the ropes on the onside. That's the western side of the ground. That's where the wind is heading from. So it's blowing from that direction. So I guess it held up with the wind as well. So Beresi hitting against the wind and not getting total value for his shot. But they ran 3. So that's good running. Now flighted delivery from Kuldeep. Kuldeep Patel. Tall right arm off break bowler. But he's bowling over the wicket. The right-handed batsman. So the batsman, once they get to that pitch of the ball, they can drive into the gaps. And they've been picking those gaps. Getting singles on offer. Got away this time. Chase is on, but it'll be pulled up. In fact, this time he allows it to go, and into the boundary it goes. So it looked as if it was not going to get to the boundary because the fielder was giving chase. He seemed to have it covered, but then after it passed the 30-yard circle, he had to run around it and try to chase it, and it went into the boundary for 4. So Narayan getting 7 runs in the over so far, 3 earlier to the backward square, and then this boundary. Azad got the single, so 8 runs in total off the over, but 7 of those to Narayan. Now he's going to add to that, and it's going to get close to the boundary at extra cover, and it's going to go into the boundary now. So second consecutive 4 to Narayan. So that's 11 runs for him and 1 to Azad in this over. So 12 runs in this over from Kuldeep Patel. So Patel leaking runs in this over. This is his 5th. None for 25 so far. So single to end the over. So that's the end of 25 overs. So 20 to go. So it's not quite the over. The umpire usually takes his book and write to the end of the over. And he was writing, so he outfoxed me on that occasion. Driven down to long off. So very productive over from Kuldeep. Rough calculations say 14 runs from that over. So West Indies getting closer to their 100. They're now exactly 100 for the loss of 4 after 25 overs. Badesi is on 25. Mohammed is on 27. 20 overs to go in their innings. West Indies will look to bat it out. Go very deep and perhaps would want to double this score. And then whatever they get over 200, it will be bonus. So 100 for loss of 4. Still to come, like I said, Vijay Sinarayan, Captain Zamin Amin. There's also William Lashley, Kenny Girdari. So West Indies still have some firepower in the tank. Azad looking to muscle this ball down the ground, but hitting too hard and got it into the ground itself. As Vikram starts a new over. See, but he's just stretching and seems to be fetching some sort of injury, maybe a little niggle. There he goes again, and not running, not stretching his legs as he's running to complete singles and even doubles. The last over he got about 12 of those 14 runs. So he was a bit over exerting himself. That's a low full toss, and he gets to the pitch of the delivery and drive. He drives it nicely down towards long off for 1. So getting the runs, but seems to be as if something is bothering him, not walking the way he perhaps would like. Running as if he's favoring something. This one is driven square of the wicket from Mohammed. He missed a few of those shots earlier in his innings, Mohammed, but now has gotten a gauge of the pitch and the conditions and is now making connection. He's into the 30s. He's gone past Badesi, who's on 26. So Narayan on 26 and Azad on 31. So that's the end of Vikram's over. So that's 4 completed from him. None for 16 so far. Not giving away a lot of runs. So the 50 run partnership as well coming up. The pair got together with a score on 46 and they've taken it now to 105. So they've passed the 50 run partnership already and they're going to add to it. The 50 run partnership coming up with a score on 96, but now they're on to 105, so it's now 109. 59 run partnership. So 105 for 4. The best partnership before this one would have been the opening stand between Mirage and Sahario. They put together 38. We have a new bowler immediately striking with his first ball. Azad Mohammed stretching forward, edge found, and Raj with the ball in his hand for his very first delivery broke the edge of Azad Mohammed's bat, and the keeper took a simple catch in the end, a regulation catch. West Indies now losing their 5th at the start of over number 27, 105 for 4. Azad Mohammed caught by the wicketkeeper off the bowling of Raj for 31. So joy for USA players and dismay for West Indies as Azad makes his way back to the middle. So back to the pavilion, I beg your pardon. So William Lashley will make his way into the middle now. So Lashley getting his first opportunity for West Indies. Comes with a good reputation. Barbados born Lashley. Coming ahead of Vijay Sinarayan. And Sinarayan, we know, has been among the runs in West Indies' last outing. So it'll be interesting to see the quality that William Lashley is bringing to this West Indies team. Right-handed batsman again. So it means that the bowlers will have difficulty in changing their lengths and line of attack because they're bowling to 2 right-handed batsmen. Just that one is a bit taller in Lashley. First delivery, it's a good one. So Raj already settling in on a good spot, good line and length. That's Raj Badri. So Patel, after conceding 14 runs in his last over, has been removed from the attack. Now it's Raj Badri, and Badri striking with his very first ball when he had Azad caught behind for 31. That's Lashley stretching forward and driving in the approved fashion. So wicket maiden to start with for Badri. A good start to his bowling spell. West Indies 105 for 5. Lashley is yet to get off the mark. Narayan Badesi is with him on 27 overs completed. So Vikram Raman was about to pick up the attack, well, to continue with his bowling spell, but Captain Badri had other ideas and he said, Sanjay, it's time for you to come back after bowling 4 overs earlier. So it'll be Sanjay to continue, and he's going to be bowling over number 28. West Indies 5 wickets down, so the top order all back in the pavilion. Ishwar Maharaj 10, Rajendra Sahario 20, Farid Hussain 1, Lawrence Puran 2, and just moments ago we saw the fall of Azad Mohammed for the top score so far, 31. At the moment it's Narayan Badesi and Lashley at the crease. So it's more left arm spin. This time Sanjay Pandya, the opening bowler. He shared a new ball this morning with Javlant Vakil. Vakil picking up 3 for 22. But it was Pandya who got the breakthrough. Pandya got the breakthrough, and Sahario was caught at the wicket in the 8th over for 20. Then the very next over, Farid Hussain was bowled by Vakil for 1. Oh, that's an extra run being given by USA to West Indies. So the ball was returned to the keeper, who did not take it cleanly. And the ball went away from him and away from the close infielders. And there's Badesi scampering back for the second. So the first over of a new spell from Sanjay Pandya coming to an end. And at the end of 28 overs, West Indies 109 for the loss of 5. Raj Badesi, the captain, continues. This is just his second over, already in the wickets column. Start of a new over. Lashley gets a single to double his score. He's now on to 2. And brings the right-handed batsman Narain on 29 back on strike. Well flighted delivery, but Narain chips into it. Gets a single. So Narain, of course, back in the days, you'd see him walking down the track to the spinners. This time chip into the off spin of Raj Badesi, getting a single. The modern batsmen opt to stay in their crease and bat from the crease. And a lot of players of yesteryear like to go down the track to get to the pitch of the ball. So that's why you see Narain there, not afraid to use his feet to the spinners. The umpire is making a steady note in his book. He was doing it at the end of the over, but now I'm seeing him a lot of the times during the over making some jottings as well. There he goes again, umpire. Well, this time the over is completed. So at the end of over number 29, West Indies been sent in. 111 for 5. William Lashley's on 2. Narain Badesi, 30. Single to Badesi and draws him level with Azad Mohammed. Azad went for 31, so they're having the joint top score in the West Indies innings so far. Well, of course, Badesi has the opportunity to add to his 31. Azad Mohammed dismissed already for 31. There's Lashley getting a full toss. That's as easy as Sunday morning and did not capitalize. Just got a single down to long on. In his heyday, that ball would have been out of. Here's Narain getting a full toss as well, and he hits it, but hard, and it hits his foot. I think the keeper as well got a piece of it. Lashley explores the possibility of a single, but it would have been suicidal more than anything else. So sent back by Badesi, and rightfully so. This time, Narain calls him through for a single and will get the single. So Narain is now the holder of the highest score in the match so far. He's on to 32. West Indies, after 30 overs, they've lost 5 wickets, but they have 114 on the board. Still one delivery to go. I rather suspect that they may have another drinks break or refreshments break after this delivery. So now it's 30 overs gone. Lashley is on 3. Narain Badesi on 32. And time for drinks, umpire says. And it's now 114 for 5. West Indies being asked to bat first in the opening game of the Champions Trophy Houston 2022 tri-series between West Indies and USA. And tomorrow, and the other team in this tri-series is Canada. So at the drinks break, 114 for loss of 5 West Indies against USA. So we're about to resume, and it will be the captain of USA, bowling to Narayan Badesi. Runs right away after the drinks break for Badesi and for West Indies. Badesi now adds to his account. He's now on to 33. The break taking West Indies on at 114 for 5. They're now on to 115. There's Lashley. Still getting his sight in. Just 3 to him, but he's been there for a number of deliveries now. He'd want to be a good partner to Badesi, get a good partnership again. There he is down the track. When he gets there, drives through the onside. The final 15 overs in this innings. So West Indies will be looking to make this final power play count. But 5 fielders are outside of that 30-yard circle. So they have more protection and the possibility of more players to protect the boundaries now, USA. This one is played into the onside again by Badesi. So the umpire at the far end is standing not behind the stumps. I'm not sure how he's going to see the leg before and to judge it. This ball from Raj. As Lashley playing from the crease. So that position of the umpire is very strange. Oh, that's edged and will fall short of the fielder at first slip. And it's going to run away down towards the boundary. Will not get there. The fielder is after it and the batsman will settle on 2. There's a thought for a third, but Badesi, who's not running very quickly in this innings, sent Lashley back. So that's the end of the first over after the drinks break. At the end of it, West Indies sent in 119 for 5. Lashley is on 6. Narayan Badesi on 34. Sanjay, before this over, sent down 6 overs, picked up 1 for 23. Bowling well within himself. Left arm spinner, round the wicket. 2 more to Narayan. So another over from Sanjay Pandya coming to an end. At the end of that over, West Indies 122 for the loss of 5 wickets. So, but Badesi is on 37, has an opportunity for a half century, and he has been holding that middle order together nicely. He had a good partnership with Azad Mohammed, who went for 31, and since then, William Lashley has joined Badesi, and they're continuing the good works. Now the score 122, so 18 runs added between the pair at the crease, Lashley and Badesi. Still to come for West Indies, there's Krishna Haricharan, and Krish usually an opening batsman but is kept back. There's also Vijay Sinaroyan, hard-hitting low order batsman. Kenny Girdari is there as well. Zamin Amin. So lots of batting in the West Indies lineup still to come. Gone for one. We'll come back and complete the second. So do remember these guys are over the age of 50 years. So Badesi will not be running too hard, just running enough to complete the runs. So 2 more to him. He's now on to 39. This one is helped away through the onside fielder at short, straightish mid wicket. Had a chance, but the ball was played to his right because it was hit uppishly. But 2 more to Badesi. He's now into the 40s. He's now on to 41. Played first class cricket at the time when Brian Lara, Phil Simmons, Ian Bishop, and those guys were in their heyday as well. T. Gray, that's Tony Gray. Rajendra Dhanraj. Suraj Raghunath. Patrick Ramprasad. And of course, Andre Lawrence. How can we forget Andre Lawrence? So those guys were around at that time. So those are the teammates of Narayan Badesi. And Badesi gets another single. So he's now on to 42. It'd be nice if he can bring up his half century. He has been the glue that is holding the middle order together. Had some good starts the last time he played for West Indies down in South Africa. But there were lots of pressure on him, and he just could not absorb the pressure, so did not go on to big scores. Here's a perfect opportunity for him. He's now on to 42. At the end of 33, West Indies batting first, 127 for 5. Raj Badri, the captain of USA, has sent down 4 overs, conceding 12, but picking up 1 wicket. So Sanjay Patel continues. That's Sanjay Pandya, I beg your pardon. So Pandya now into his 8th over. Enjoying his work at the office today. 1 for 27 so far. There we see Narayan. Not a very tall man, but most batsmen are not necessarily tall. This one driving off the inner part of the bat. Chance for a run at the non-striker's end. But Badesi is home. And his score now moves on to 44. Just one hit away from what would be a very well-deserved half-century. But I doubt whether he will look to bring it up with a 6. Speaking of 6s, there goes William Lashley, and there's a fielder coming around at long on, and drops it. So disappointment on the faces of the USA players. That one was hit high from Lashley. The fielder got to it at long on. That's Faisal. Got to it, but when he was about to close his hands, the ball just came out. But one more to West Indies. Lashley is on to 8 now. Eight overs completed by Sanjay Pandya. 8 overs, 1 for 30. And West Indies 131 for 5 after 34. That's 2 runs that should not have been. The field slip did not gather, and it went to third man, and the batsmen were able to come back and complete 2 quite easily. More runs for Lashley. This one is played to that backward square region. So Badesi is going to be back on strike, and he's on 44. Will he look to take on Raj Badri? We'll have to wait and see. It's a full toss, and this one is going to get close to the boundary at mid-wicket, and a misfield, but will not go into the boundary. So 2 more runs to Badesi. So Badri, the captain of USA A, not able to land the ball. Got a full toss to the batsman. So now Narayan still 1 hit away from a half century. He's on to 46, getting closer to 50. Some more runs for Badesi. Will this one get to the boundary? No, it will not. It will pull up about 5 yards just in front of that boundary at fine leg, and then Badesi will be penalised for running 1 short. So he is already looking a bit gingerly in the way he's running, and is now going to be guilty of not getting back, of getting his line behind that crease at on striker's end, and the umpire was in the perfect position to say that that's one shot, my friend. So he's going to not go to 48, he'll remain on 47 at the end of 35 overs. 5 overs to go. West Indies 137 for 5. So Vikram is back into the attack. That's Vikram Raman. Before this, 4 overs, none for 16. And he's replaced Sanjay Pandya. So Pandya taken out of the attack. And I was just passed a note about Pandya. This one is down the leg side, and Badesi looking to lap it around. Could not make contact. So I was just passed a note about Pandya. Left arm spinner, right hand middle order batsman, played for USA. Or 50th team in that tri-series I was talking about in Canada. Member of the executive committee for Masters for the year 2022. He's an avid singer and a professional poker player. So that's Sanjay Pandya, who was taken out of the attack. So these guys really enjoying life. In their second innings, this is another opportunity that they get of playing cricket at this high level. There's an appeal, half-hearted appeal from Raman, but Badesi still there. Umpire thinking that might have been bits outside leg or maybe missing leg, with Badesi exposing all 3 stumps. This one is pulled into the onside. Very quick outfield, so that ball went to the field at deep mid-wicket very quickly. Now Badesi will go to 48. 139 for 5. West Indies getting closer to 150 as well. So some milestones around the corner for West Indies and West Indies batsmen. Ryan calling Lashley through for 1. Lashley looking for the second, but was a bit late in the first one, so could not go for the second one. It would have been an air of danger had he gone. So 140 after 36. West Indies winning the West Indies being sent in. They're 5 down. So as Narayan closes in on his half century, some pressure being applied with a slip coming in. Outside the off stump, and he drives down towards long off. And is gonna just get there. Seems to be bothered by something, Narayan. Not sure if it's he's getting cramps. He's holding that groin and something seems to be bothering him. But he's at a non-striker's end, is on 49. There was a slow hand clap that went up just now. I think that the guys on the scoreboard perhaps have him on 50 already. This one, according to the umpire, has some bat on it. So the umpire is showing very quickly that's not out, and they give a reason as well. But that angle in which that umpire is standing, I'm not very sure about that. Here's Lashley. So lots of medications will be coming out during and after this match. It's a grueling 45 overs a side game. The start of Champions Trophy here in Houston. West Indies, USA and Canada. Remember, West Indies won the last tournament there was in Canada. This time USA hosting. This one was turned into the onside nicely. So Lashley, while not getting his timing right, is getting the runs. In there for quite some time now with Bidesi. 37 for a 38 run partnership now between the two. This time Bidesi will get the half century. Well played to Narayan Bidesi, man from Central Trinidad. He raises his bat to acknowledge his teammates. So well played. 50 from 75. And the wicketkeeper Anthony Sahario, who hails from Trinidad and Tobago, now living in the US, also gets into the congratulations mode for Bidesi. So it's now 143 after 37 overs. Yes, one would have expected that after passing 50, Bidesi would want to step on the gas. And the first shot that he has played after passing 50 is a rare big shot, looking to challenge the outfield and with the wind hitting. But the ball held up and the fielder at mid-wicket collects. So just 2 to him as West Indies approaches the 150. There he goes again, driving through the offside. We get some runs. The ball is holding up. I guess there's a patch of grass just at the edge of the 30-yard circle. And there's a chance for a run out. How is that? There's an appeal. The umpire says not out. The umpire at this end was in perfect position. But Lashley coming back for the second, running to the danger end. The ball was just outside that 30-yard meter area. That 30-yard area. And there was Lashley coming back for the second, challenging the arm of the fielder. You can see the intention from Bidesi since passing 50, trying to get on with things. Looking to muscle his way now in the final stages of this innings. That's a full toss. Should capitalize. He did, and he's gonna get a boundary. That one over the head of the square leg umpire into the boundary at the backward square. So 4 more to the Rhine, and that's the 150 for West Indies. West Indies passing that mark 38 over, and earlier when they were 46 for 4, it seems as if they were not going to get anywhere close to 150. But thanks to a fighting half century from Narayan Badesi, they're allowed to get to 151 now in over number 38. So it's Badesi. He moves on to 57. That's outside the off stump and wide, signaled by the umpire. So Vikram Raman not getting his radar right in this over. Bowling with a durag. That's flopping away the back of his head. That's a full ball, and the Ryan just squeezes it outside the off stump. That's the end of the over. 38 gone. West Indies 153 for the loss of 5. It means that you have 7 overs in the remaining, and they'll want to make the most of this 7 overs. Lashley has been there for a long time now. He's on 15, and Narayan Badesi just passes half century. He's on 58. So a little misfield, allowing the batsman to complete the single. Raj in his 7th over now. Raj Badri, the captain of USA, looking to add to his wicket column to break this partnership. He got a wicket with the very first ball that he bowled, that wicket of Azad Mohammed, who was going very well. Azad gone eventually for 31, caught at a wicket. That was a long time ago at 104 for a loss of 5. Since then, Badesi and Lashley show. They've taken the score now to 157, so they've brought up a half century stand as well for the 6th wicket. So consecutive half century partnership for Badesi, first with Asad Mohammed and now with William Lashley. Peter Lashley name in my mouth. Flick to it nicely. So runs beginning to flow off the bat of Badesi a little bit more ease since he has gotten to 50. We're in over number 39, so very much into the happy hour of the West Indies innings. There goes Lashley. Like I said, still in the tank for West Indies. There's Vijay Srinarayan, Krishna Haricharan, Zamin Amin, the captain, Kenagir Dari. So some batting still for West Indies. Of course, begin to go for the big shots. This time at Padesi. Not throwing caution to the wind, but getting a single by driving all along the ground to extra cover. As the over comes to an end. So 7 overs completed by Raj Badri, the captain. 1 for 28 for him. West Indies 160 now on the board. 160 for 5. Lashley 17. Narayan Bidesi 63. A very good over for West Indies coming to an end. West Indies got some runs in that over. Bikram Raman. So it seems as if Raj Badri, the captain, will bowl out. The final 5 overs now for West Indies coming up. Badesi looking very good on 66. Despite being hampered by something or the other, still getting the runs. And Lashley trying his level best, but his timing is a bit off. Perhaps not being able to spend a lot of time at the crease recently, Lashley. So here is Badri. There goes Lashley again, looking for the aerial route, looking for the gap. So his timing just off. We'll see that there's a ball that should have been taken care of. Just full delivery. He knew it from the time he hit it that he was not going to get the type of result that he was looking for, Lashley. Half-hearted appeal from Anthony Sahario behind the stump for a leg before. Woody sound as the bat and ball kissed. One thing is certain is the camaraderie within the West Indies side. You can hear them cheering on the batsmen at the crease. They're celebrating little milestones as well. So you can see once again Narine Badesi obviously struggling. He's now cramping. It seems as if he's cramping on the side, his left side, or maybe a side strain. So he's been there for a long time, Badesi. Got there at the fall of Farid Hussein's wicket in the 9th over, so now it's the 41st over. So he's been there a long time, Badesi. 2 consecutive 50-plus partnerships with him. Just remind you, West Indies and USA start this tri-series today. The Champions Trophy between West Indies, USA and Canada. And it seems as if Narine is going to go off. We saw the fall of Sahario, the first wicket to go this morning, caught at a wicket off the bowling of Pandya for 20. In the next over, Farid Hussain was bowled by Vakil for 1. Then we saw Ishwar Miraj leg before to Vakil for 10. Lawrence Puran did not last very long, leg before to Vakil as well for 2. Badesi, who seems to be going off now, he's there but maybe retiring on 67. Azad Mohammed caught at a wicket off the bowling of Badri for 31. And Lashley, he was still there, he's on 19. So it is Narine Badesi that's going off. Hope it's nothing serious from a West Indies, because the tournament is such a short one and quick turnover. In 2 days, West Indies will be back in action when they take on Canada. So that's Badesi going off for a brave 67. One would hope that if needed, he will come back. But with 4 overs to go after this one, I would rather suspect he will not come back. He will not be needed, because Vijay Sinarain, Krish Haricharan, Zamin Amin and Kenny Girdari, all capable low order, well, not necessarily low order batsmen, but all capable batsmen. And they'll be able to perhaps negotiate the remaining 4.5 overs. So it is Vijay Srinarayan that has made his way into the middle, and he's gonna partner William Lashley. And Srinarayan played for Guyana in the List A tournaments back in the 90s. Many felt he came at a difficult time in not only in Guyana's cricket but in regional cricket, Caribbean cricket, when as an all-rounder, as seam bowling, that trade was needed. But he came at a time when West really looking into the fast bowlers, and he just could not break in and maintain a position in the Guyana squad and then in the West Indies team. But he is very talented. Ryan, so a household name days. Played his cricket in Berbice, Guyana. So here he is. But he's at a non-striker's end because it was Lashley who was about to face when the bowler pulled out of the attack so that Narayan can leave the field. This time, Lashley gets a single. Narayan played a big role when West Indies won that tri-series in Canada, which was last year, mid-year, August, September. Did not feature in the over 50s World Cup. Here he is, gets his first delivery and is watchful as ever. 219 on his back. I asked him what is 219. He said that's runs. I said okay. Persons choosing numbers for various reasons these days. He's going to get a mark at the end of the over. So 1 over to go if Raj Badri will continue and to bowl out. He has completed 8 so far, allowed a maximum of 9. So 8 overs for him, 1 for 32. Very good figures, just 4 runs and over being conceded. So West Indies with 4 overs to go in their innings, 168 for 5 with Badesi just retiring for 67. Lashley is still there on 20, and just gotten to the middle is Vijay Srinarayan just on 1. Vikram Raman continues and bowling to Vijay Srinarayan. Srinarayan not being able to get his time in as well. So I'm beginning to think that the track is offering a little bit of toothpaste. Srinarayan gets another single. He doubles his score. Coming in to bat with just 4 overs and 3 balls to go. One would expect that a player like Srinarayan with his caliber would be looking to bash the ball from the start. Timing is off again for Lashley. So, been there for a long time. So I'm beginning to think now that the pitch has played good from my vantage point. But just a bit of William Lashley trying to hit a bit too hard. And that's a full toss, and you'll take that any day as a batsman, especially if you're now starting your innings, and that's 4 more to Srinarayan. Full toss on the line of leg stump, and he will take that and work with it. So 174 now, West Indies. Enough time for them to get to 200, and if they get to 200, that'll be a very good psychological advantage to them as well, and may play on the minds of USA. Stephen Ryan gets a single this time. So Stephen Ryan, in his playing days, would have played along the likes of Carl Hooper, Stephen Ryan, Chanderpaul, Roger Harper, Clayton Lambert, and those were the household names at that time when Vijay Stephen Ryan was playing in Guyana. Kevin Darlington. This time Lashley's dropped. Another chance created and not taken. So Lashley looking to go through the onside as a fielder. That's very short mid-wicket. Just could not hold on. I think that fielder is the captain of USA. Raj, it is the captain of USA. And Lashley survives. So 176 for 5 with 3 overs to go. Lashley 22, Stephen Ryan 7. As predicted, Captain Raj Badri is going to bowl out. Coming up for his final over now. 1 for 32 so far. Earlier we saw Javlant Vakil, 3 for 22. The most successful bowler. Pandya also picking up a wicket. Pandya got the breakthrough when he had Sahario caught at the wicket for 20. The initial breakthrough to break the opening partnership. First wicket going down at 38 for 1. Then 40 for 2, 46 for 3, 46 for 4, 104 for 5. But AC just retired at 166 for 5 after playing a very good hand of 67. So Stephen Ryan and Lashley now will want to finish on a high for West Indies. But Badri want to contain the low order and pick up some more wickets. Let's see what's going to happen. There goes Lashley. First time he's gotten it perhaps in the middle of the bat, but is going to fall short of the field at long off. And 2 more. There goes Vijay Stephen Ryan after getting into his crease, tumbling over. Running on the grassy part of the square. And perhaps his bat sticking in the ground. His laces became untangled as well. So the final over of Raj Badri's spell coming, well, he's in the middle of that. Oh, beautiful late cut by Lashley, but we'll just get one. So that's the end of a fine spell of bowling from the captain of USA. 9 overs, 1 for 38. And he got that 1 wicket with the very first delivery he bowled. It was Azad Mohammed who was his victim, caught at a wicket by Anthony Sahario for 31. So West Indies down to the final 2 overs in their innings. 182 for the loss of 5 wickets. Lashley 26 and Vijay Sinarayan on 9. Just like to say hello. This is my first time at the MOOSA Stadium and I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing. And I'm hoping that you guys are enjoying the coverage that we're offering you today. West Indies taking on USA in the opening match of the Champions Trophy 2022. USA, Canada and West Indies. This is the over 50 version of this Masters cricket. This is also happening simultaneously. The over 60s. So guys having an opportunity to play after their heyday. So West Indies as well in that over 60s tournament. Canada and USA as well. So fitting that it's being dubbed as the second innings, because in the earlier playing days of these players, that's the first innings, that's the first opportunity they would have. And now they're having a second innings and a second lease on life in cricketing circles. Looking for a second that it's not on and there's an appeal. Not out, says the umpire, square leg. So Lashley on his West Indies over 50s debut, giving a good account of himself so far. And with Vijay Sinarayan, fresh legs at the crease, looking for a second, but it was not on. There was Lashley trying to take on the fielders, but the fielders on that occasion were very good. West Indies 183. After this will be 1 over, so this is the final over as well from this bowler. This one is hit in the air, but it's going to fall well short of the fielder at extra cover on the boundary. Vikram Raman in his final over. Joining Badri to bowl out. There's an appeal for a caught behind and Sinarayan walks. So Sinarayan cameo coming to an end. 10 runs from 11 deliveries. Gone, caught by the wicketkeeper Anthony Sahario of the bowling of Vikram Rama. So Raman finally getting a wicket in his final over. And it's a very big one. Let's have a look. It was no movement of the left foot across, and edge found just the toe end of the bat, and there is the keeper coming up with another good catch. The keeper's third dismissal, Anthony Sahario. It's a very good take, and Sahario takes pride in his keeping, and no doubt enjoyed that moment. The new batsman for West Indies is their captain, and captain Zamin Amin to receive. And first ball swept away, but there's a fielder right next to the square leg umpire who collects and sends a return. Very good work from him. Good pickup, first of all, and then eventually relayed that ball to the wicketkeeper's end. But Lashley has been there very early. Amin is off the mark. This one is tugged away from outside off stump, down towards long on, through the legs of the fielder at long on, and into the boundary for 4. So the happy hour, and it's all happening here at MOOSA Stadium, West Indies, getting close to that psychological mark of 200 runs. 189 for the loss of 6. Lashley goes on to 31 with that boundary. 44 deliveries he has faced in his innings. This West Indies 11 runs away from that psychological mark of 200. There goes Lashley, even bigger. This one is going to go for the first 6 of the innings, first 6 of this tournament. Umpire signal 4, but he's going to change that now and put his hands in the air to signal a maximum. That's a big one. Raman pitched outside the off stump, very full, and there's Peter Lashley just muscling that one with all of the flying fish that you would have eaten while in Barbados, and that one went over the boundary at long on, and that's a 6 to end the over, end the bowling spell as well from Vikram Raman. 9 overs, 1 for 54. Unlike his captain, who picked up a wicket in his first over, Raman picking up a wicket in his final over, 1 for 54. So 195 for the loss of 6. Final over coming up. Usually the start of a tournament, you'll find players now getting used to the conditions. So USA winning the toss and opting to bowl, wanted to use whatever assistance they would have gotten from a fresh pitch, and also their opening bowlers would have been very fresh. So West Indies asked to bat first. They lost some wickets in bunches. Narayan Badesi, the top scorer of the innings so far, 6 or 7, but he is retired. He looked very good in his innings, but suffered some cramps and maybe a side strain. He was holding his groin. And do remember, these guys are over the age of 50. So these things tend to happen. So it's going to be Kuldeep Patel to bowl the final over. Very quick delivery to Zamin. And Zamin plays it to short cover and cannot score. Zamin Amin played for Guyana on the under 19 level in 1988. Hails from a village called Chesney on the Quarantine. This one's edged away, calculated edge you would want to say, and is going to run away all the way into the boundary at third man for 4. So Zamin has been playing cricket for a number of years at various levels and against many oppositions. So perhaps would have played against some of these very players from this USA side. Zamin Amin hails from a nice little village on the Quarantine in Guyana, in Berbice, Chesney village. And it's close by to Albion on the Quarantine coast as well. Many of you would have known Albion for producing a number of international players. There goes Zamin again, opening the face of the bat. This time we get just a single. The ball goes to a fielder at that third man position, but in the circle. So the 200 runs on the board for West Indies. They're exactly 200 for 6, with 3 deliveries to go in the final over. So that psychological barrier has been reached. So 200 runs for West Indies in the opening game. Definitely what they would have wanted. And this goes Lashley stumped. So Lashley innings, very good innings coming to an end. Stumped by wicketkeeper Anthony Sahario, who's having a wonderful match. There goes Lashley for 37, the second highest score in the innings so far. Let's have a look. Oh, that's lightning fast, you would say, from Anthony Sahario. As soon as the ball beat the bat, there goes the keeper. And Kuldeep, no doubt, very happy with his work. Let's have a look from a different angle. He's looking to run the ball down to third man. Made no contact. A very good ball, you'd say, from the bowler in Kuldeep Patel, who played international cricket for the USA in 2004-2005. So he's quite experienced as well. So the new batsman for West Indies is Kenny Girdari. Tall right-hand batsman, bowling all-rounder in his playing days in Guyana. Played a lot of his cricket at Everest Cricket Club. Also played for GYO. Was an opening bowler who also opened the batting. So takes a lot of pride in his batting. He's here with just a few deliveries to go in the final over. And he misses his first delivery. And you can excuse him because he's been sitting in the cool conditions here at MOOSA Stadium, watching on the action. West Indies 200 for 7. Here comes the final delivery of their innings. And it will be just a single to end the over. To end a good spell as well from Kuldeep. 6 overs for him, 1 for 33. And it's the end of the West Indies innings. Kuldeep picking up his first wicket, his only wicket in the final over, like what we saw Vikram Raman doing. In the end, it's West Indies 201 for 7 from their 45 overs. Kenny Girdari just got into the wicket. He remained not out on 1. Zamin Amin, the captain, who has not gotten there too long ago as well, on 6 not out. So that's the end of the innings. So we'll just run through the scorecard for you. The West Indies this morning being sent in started with Ishwar Miraj and Rajendra Sahario. Sahario was first to go, caught by wicketkeeper Sahario off the bowling of Pandya for 20 in the 8th over. Farid Hussain joined Miraj and he was next to go. Bowled by Vakil for 1. Ishwar was leg before to Vakil for 10 in the 13th over. Lawrence Puran leg before to Vakil for 2. Then there was the Narayan Badesi and Azad Mohammed show. Mohammed was caught by the wicketkeeper Sahario off the bowling of Badri at the start of the 27th over for 31. Badesi then joined forces with William Lashley and put together another good partnership until Badesi was out, retired for 67. The score was 166 for 5 at that time when he retired. He made 67. Lashley, moments ago, was dismissed, stumped by wicketkeeper Sahario, bowling of Patel for 37. And before that, we saw the fall of Vijay Sunarayan's wicket, caught wicketkeeper Sahario off the bowling of Rahman for 10, leaving captain Zamin Amin 6 not out and Kenny Girdari 1 not out. West Indies 201 for 7 from 45 overs. We'll be back in a short while with the run chase, with USA needing to get 202 from their 45 overs if they're going to win this one and go 1 up in this 3-team series called the Champions Trophy. I'll be back in a short while. So welcome back to a very windy MOOSA Stadium here in Houston, Texas. We're just about ready for the run chase. USA set a target of 202 to win from 45 overs. USA starting with Anthony Sahario. He's going to take first strike. Kenny Girdari has the ball in hand for West Indies. Tall, fast bowler operating from the far end. So it's Sadio with an open stance to face the first delivery. And some movement after pitching for Girdari. Girdari usually with a longish run. This time just a few steps. West Indies employing 2 slips to start with. That's a very full delivery, and Anthony Sahario is given out leg before. So the first legal delivery from Girdari for West Indies. Striking. It's Anthony Sahario, leg before to Kenny Girdari. USA 1 for 1 in over number 1. There we see a very full ball on the replay, and Sahario was not able to get bat on the ball, and West Indies striking very early, and that is what you need to do when you're defending a total. Very unfamiliar conditions, you'd want to say, for West Indies. Very cool and windy. I guess the camera will take a pan to the eastern side of the ground. We will see the flags are stretched out, and that has been the case all day. Let's have a look again. A very full delivery with inward movement with that breeze. Very breeze moving from west to east. It would have been giving the bowler the opportunity to in-swing that ball. And that is exactly what happened with Kenny Girdari bowling to the left-handed batsman. You'll see how full he's hit. You see right halfway up on that right pad. And once you hit halfway up on this flat track and this not necessarily express pace, that ball is expected to cannon into the stumps had it not been for those pads. So West Indies striking very early in defense of 201. It's a 45 overs a side contest, so West Indies at the moment, they are cock-a-hoop, very much in control. So Faisal joining Balbir Singh in the middle, and Girdari changing his line of attack to the right-handed batsman. He's going to go over the wicket now. This time it's driven the full ball. Lashley's after it and will pull up about 4 or 5 meters before the ball would have gotten to that extra cover boundary. So USA opening their account in terms of runs off of the bat. The gloveman for West Indies is Fazal Jahur. Fazal Jahur, who was the nominated 12th person today. He's a substitute fielder. He's on because Narayan Badesi has been suffering from cramps, and that's Jahur asking the question of the square leg umpire. So already the keeper going up to the stump. The new ball bowler looks like if he's a medium slow bowler rather than a medium fast bowler. So Anthony Sahario, very disappointed to have been given out in the very first over, the first legal delivery of the innings. Played some internationals for the USA a number of years back, so lots were expected of him. This is Faisal driving but cannot pierce the outside field. Krish Haricharan That's the feeling. No, in fact, that's not Krish. Krish is in the second slip position. Looks like Ishwar Maharaj that completed that feeling on that occasion. So bowling outside the off stump, and that's a very good ball to end. A successful one for Kenny and for West Indies. US set a 202, 3 for 1 after 1. So it's going to be Vijay Sinarayan to pick up the attack. And he's going to roll his arm over. I've never seen him bowl off breaks in his playing days in Guyana. Vijay Sinarayan bowled medium pace and was very effective. And one would think that he would have continued with that trade. But I guess later on in his playing days, opted to go for some off break, like is the norm by lots of players as they get older. They tend to slow down and tweak their trade, their art. So that's Balbir Singh getting his first delivery. He was on the non-strikers end when Anthony Sahario was sent on his way, and Faisal blocked out the rest of the over. This is a short ball. We get some runs down towards that backward square region. Kenny G is a bit late in getting it back to the keeper. Ball went just to his left. Despite the hesitation, the batsmen, they were still able to complete the first run, the single, very easily. I understand that the batsman Faisal, his brother played for Sri Lanka, and Faisal would have had lots of runs. I think his second highest in schools cricket in Sri Lanka, behind Arjuna Ranatunga. So he's used to big knocks, used to big scores. He has some work to do for USA now. That's down the leg side, and this time will be a wide because it's the second one down the leg side. So lots of breeze pushing that ball from off stump to the leg side, and it's very chilly. And if you can see, I'm wintered up and having a warm beverage as well. So it's about time we have some warmth. It's very chilly side. This one is turned into the on side, and Kenny Girdari is called into play again. Perhaps a fielder that's a little bit more agile might be better serving West Indies in that position. Sinarayan looks good, bowling off break. In his playing days, like I said, medium fast bowler in Guyana. Played in the county cricket at home, that had lots of wickets, was always in the wickets column, was always in the headlines for the right reasons. I remember playing He's played a few matches for Guyana in the 50 overs competition back then, as the overs completed his first. So Stephen Ryan conceding 3 runs. West Indies defending at the moment 201. USA 6 for 1 after 2. Just to continue that Stephen Ryan story, Vijay Stephen Ryan played a couple of games at the List A level for Guyana in the West Indies domestic tournament. Was among the wickets, got some wickets very early with the new ball, but then was not used because at that time when Guyana would have been playing regional cricket, they were depending heavily on their spinners, Clyde Butts, Roger Harper, to a lesser extent Carl Hooper, and towards the back end of Stephen Ryan's career we saw the emergence of Nagamutu as well. Let's gear Dari to continue. Yeah, so Guyana looking to spin more than anything else in those days. So Stephen Ryan was not the first choice, second choice, third choice, maybe even fourth choice. But he had the opportunity. He got a few List A matches under his belt, and is very unlucky to be left out after those games. They're not very bad returns from him. He also got runs when the opportunity presented himself with the bat. So Stephen Ryan, much better player than his overall stats would show. It was usually something to celebrate when your name is mentioned on the sport news back home in Guyana in those days, and Stephen Ryan's name was pretty much there every time he plays. Who played George, not where played. Stephen Ryan played in Berbice. Giridhari played in Georgetown at the Everest Cricket Club. Also had some days at GYO, that's a Gandhi Youth Organization. Lived in the Kingston area, Kenny. His family still in the Kingston area. Iceman and Sachin. So good afternoon to you guys. Hope that you're enjoying the fight from West Indies and USA in this opening encounter of the Champions Trophy 2022. His cousins Sachin and Omkar, they also play lots of cricket in Guyana. That's a good stop from Azad on the boundary. Let's have a look at this one. There's an appeal for like before, but umpire perhaps saying it's slanting down the leg side and will not give that decision, but the batsman crossed for 2 runs in the process. So I guess also bat would have been involved. So that's the end of the over. 2 gone from Kenny. 6 runs conceded from him in his 2 overs, picking up 1 wicket. USA, 9 for a loss of 1 after 3. As Vijay Stephen Ryan continues. Fazal Jahur, the wicket keeper, standing up to the spinner. Fazal Jahur, businessman in Trinidad and Tobago. Very popular among the sporting teams in Trinidad for designing and producing sporting uniforms, Fazal Jahoor. So he's proud to say that he's made his own uniform that he's wearing today. So it's 12 aside. The Masters, how it's done. 12 persons are nominated. One of the 12 will be the nominated 12th person. Each of the 12 players have a playing role. So Fazal Jahoor also making his debut for West Indies over 50s. Getting his first opportunity. He's playing as 12 today, but any of the 12 players can bowl, any of the 12 players can field, but only 11 will bat. So while he is the nominated 12th player, he was not going to get the opportunity to bat because West Indies innings obviously finished. So they would have been all out with him still unused. And that's played on. That's a lack of pace on this track. And there's Faisal trying to manufacture some pace. Sinarain took all the pace off of that delivery. It was a bit short. The batsman looking to pull it through the onside and succeeded only in pulling it onto his stump because it's a new ball, very hard, and that ball would not turn, just skidded on nicely. And it went into that off stump. And that's the end of Faisal. Bowled by Sinarain. Let's have a look. His eyes lit up. It's a short delivery. Trying to pull it too hard. I got the inside edge of the bat, the under part of the bat. And Sinarain striking as well. So 1 wicket apiece to the opening bowlers for the West Indies. And that's the fall of the second USA wicket. 11 for 2 now in over number 4. The new batsman for USA is Jivaka. Another right-handed batsman. So Sinarain asking Azad Mohammed, who's at a very short third man, bordering on a wide slip. That is very much away from the corner, if you want to call it that. Asking him to come closer outside the off stump, and the big guy allows it to go by to the keeper, who does not take cleaning. That's the end of the over. Successful one for West Indies. USA looking to get 202. 11 for loss of 2 after 4. The over begins with Girdari spraying it down the leg side, but Azad Mohammed will run all the way from slip region to fine leg to cut it off. And runs for USA. 3 added to the total. So Jivaka will take strike. So Girdari with 2 slips and a gully in play. You will not see that on camera at the moment, but there are 2 slips spread wide apart, and there's a captain's Amin on a very wide third slip, maybe, or gully. So they're expecting the ball to bite that edge outside the off stump and carry to hand. So Kenny working up a little bit of pace, and we cannot mention often enough the high wind that is moving from left of your screen to right. If you look at the way Cedar Ryan's shirt, VJ Cedar Ryan's shirt is blowing, it's blowing from his left hand to his right, and that's a persistent breeze. It's as if it's a fan blowing all the time. That's good contained bowling from Kenny G. That's his name in the West Indies side, Kenny G. Outside the off stump, good work done. That's Farid Hussain, the leg spinner. We'll see a little bit of Farid a bit later on. The ball was travelling and was knocked down smartly by Hussain diving to his left. Down the leg side, look at that take from the wicketkeeper Jahur. So Jahur asking the umpire if that's the one for the over, but the umpire felt it was a bit too wide down the leg side. Judgment said it's wide. On any grounds that will be wide. That's not the one for the over. In the air, what beautifully played in the gap. Lashley's going to give chase, but just to retrieve. Full delivery. And there was the batsman getting to the pitch of that ball and driving it elegantly for 4. And that is going to do Balbir Singh and USA a world of good. Your confidence will be skyrocketed with that. Let's have a look. Full delivery, very full, and just got his left foot to the pitch of the ball and drive elegantly for 4. And I said skyrocketed with no pun intended, because we were in Houston, and Houston is known for rockets. Here we see shot being played, and the keeper knew it from the time it left the bat. It would have been 4. So there is Jahur recognizing it's a very good shot and giving credit where it's due. Well played, the Balbir Singh. So that's the end of the over. 5 gone. Kenny 1 for 13 from his 3 so far. Cedar Ryan is going to continue. This time he's going to be bowling his third. He has 1 for 5. 20 for 2 USA. Almost chopped on again. So the zingers, I saw the stump lighting, but I'm not sure if it was a keeper that touched it. Let's have a look. Oh, he actually chopped it on, but the bails did not fall. Quite interesting. This one is turned into the onside. So Cedar Ryan could have very well had his second wicket via the same chopped on route, but the bails did not come off on that occasion. We have seen that in a number of moments, number of instances where the bail becomes too tightly lodged in the stumps, and they do not fall when it's hit. And these are the zinger stumps, the zing stumps, and the zinger bails that light upon impact and being dislodged. So while the stump was hit, the bails did not fall, and that's what the umpires were looking for. So in order for the wicket to be given, the stump must be broken, and for that to happen, the bails must be dislodged. So it's good work from Sahario. Balbir Singh trying to get some runs. That was a boundary to end the previous over from Girdari. That's Balbir Singh trying a bit too hard, you would say. And this time the ball squeezes past the stump and the keeper as well. Almost chopped on again. So these batsmen have been not getting the middle of the bat, not getting the ball the way they want. But the batsman living dangerous. That's the shot of the day, you'd want to say. Balbir Singh driving down towards extra cover. And the producer cannot have enough of it. I think he really likes that shot. This time Balbir Singh again working too hard to get runs through the onside. Will not get any on that occasion. Over comes to an end. That's the end of 6 overs. USA set a target of 202 to win from 45 overs. After 6, they're 24 for 2. And this was the one that was chopped on but did not dislodge the bail. There we see it zinging there, the lighted stumps. So it's all part of the game. In backyard cricket, back home in Guyana and in Trinidad, you tend to use the oil drum cover. So when that's hit, you know that it's hit because of that bang, that sound you get when that ball hits that metal, that tin. But at this level, the stumps must be broken and the bails must come off for that wicket to be given. So that's all academic now. What's gone is gone. West Indies and USA will have to look at what's ahead of them. USA still need a 178 if they go win. Good start to a new over from Kenny Girdari. USA need 178 from 39 overs. 38 and 1 and 5 deliveries. West Indies need 8 wickets or to restrict the batsmen to less than 201 outside the off stump, and the keeper taking off the bail, but Jivaka is well grounded. So West Indies have lots of bowling options. There is Farid Hussain, the leg spinner. There is Zamin Amin, left arm spinner. He's hit on the back pad, and this time he's given. So Kenny Girdari striking once again. In his 4th over, the batsman Jivaka hit on the back foot. And we'll have, of course, the replay to show you how high up it was hit. But he's gone leg before to Kenny Girdari in over number 7 for 2. USA now in all sorts of trouble. 24 for 3 in over number 7. So there you see him being hit on the back leg. And maybe a bit too high, but umpire says if you're out, that's it. So let's have a look once again. Oh, he was crouching, so I guess that's what the umpire saw. The batsman was crouching rather than standing tall and offering the defensive bat. So the ball beating the bat, a little bit of movement again for the opening bowler. The batsman playing over that ball, and the ball angled in. And umpire felt not do enough to hit that stump. So Jivaka leg before to Girdari for 2. USA 24 for 3 in over number 7. So the West Indies picking up wickets at regular intervals. 3 for 24 now. So the new batsman, Satya Paul. And Satya Paul, with the number 30 on his back, will want to bat there a long time. Get a partnership with Balbir Singh. West Indies were pegged back at 46 for the loss of 4 wickets. And then they had two 50-plus partnerships with Narayan Badesi, first of all with Azad Mohammed, and then Badesi again with William Lashley. So USA may want to replicate that, consolidate, get a partnership going. In the meantime, it's the end of the over. 7 gone, 24 for 3. USA set a target of 202. Ceylon Ryan is going to continue. This is his 4th over. Knowing the way Zamin Amin thinks, looking for a run, will get one, squeezing it down towards that vacant short third man position. Knowing the way the captain Zamin Amin thinks, I'd rather suspect that he's going to replace both of the opening bowlers very soon and allow the other bowlers an opportunity to run at USA. In addition to Farid Hussain and Zamin Amin himself, there's William Lashley. That will opportunity. Ishwa Miraj can roll his hands. There's also Narayan Badesi, who top scored with 67, retired. Since were batting. And Azad Mohammed, who was very economical with his off spin. So lots of options for West Indies to consider. So like I said, knowing the way Captain Zamin Amin thinks, he will not allow the opening bowlers to go on for too long. But these conditions may dictate different strategies. Krish Haricharan, who's at slip, can also bowl some off breaks. That's a short ball and almost clipped that leg stump. So I'm seeing that stroke play is very difficult again. Not easy for the batsman to get value for the shots. Playing and missing, not getting in the middle of the bat necessarily. Oh, that's a wonderful delivery. Bowling around the wicket. And remember the days of Vijay Sinaran playing. Carl Hooper would have done that nicely. Bowl around the wicket to the right-handed batsman, trying to create an angle, close up that angle. And this time it was Sinaran that closed up the angle, bowl it outside the off stump, and the batsman felt it was going to come much fuller, missed it, and taken by the keeper. So over completed. That's the end of 8 overs. 4 of them belong to Ceylon Ryan, who has 1 for 11, and USA 26 for the loss of 3. Kenny Girdari starting his 5th over, 2 for 13 so far, using the new ball that has certainly became his own. This one's driven electricity down towards extra cover. There's a chance for a run at the non-strikers in. How is that? Umpire did not move from that standing position but says not out. So William Lashley at that mid-off extra cover region had to move to his left from mid-off towards extra cover, and that gave the batsman and the non-strikers then enough time to go back. The batter, because that's a term being used these days. Remember, lots of female cricket being played, and West Indies and South Africa playing to no result last night in that women's 50 over World Cup. So because of the both genders playing these days, there's an appeal for stumping to a wide delivery. Fazal Jahoor thinks he has his man, and I'm sure we'll have an angle that can justify why Fazal Jahoor is so confident. Wide delivery first of all, and there it was, that batsman up and down, up and down, up and down, Satya Paul. But in the end, umpire says not out. So one more will be credited for the extra, one wide. But batsman just got his feet up at the wrong time, maybe. And perhaps you say he got it down in time. Let's have a look at this. This will tell you. Oh. I think he got back, but his back foot, his right foot raised, and that's what the keeper was working with. When he raised his foot, he took off the bails, but by the time that happened, he was grounded again. So, over completed. Umpire says no, one more. Where are you going? So they were going back. They were going to have a chat in the middle, the batsman, and the keeper was going to change his position. But the umpire says, no, I'm in charge. One delivery to go. Kenny with ball in hand again. Still in over number 9, the 5th over in Kenny Gildari's spell. So Gildari looking for further success. 2 for 14 for him so far. Outside the house stump runs. This one is going to go towards the cover boundary, but will not get there. William Lashley giving chase and pulling up just 2 or 3 inches from the extra cover boundary. So over completed, 9 gone, 29 for the loss of 3. Kenny finishes his 5th, 2 for. He was grounded. Very good work from our camera crew, and we saw that his foot was raised, but when the stumps were broken, he was back down. So that's the end of 9 overs. 5 to Kenny, 16 for the loss of 2. Satya Paul is on 3. Birbal Singh 12. And it's going to be Sean Ryan to continue. Sean Ryan will also get his 5th consecutive over. Creating some doubts in the batsmen's minds, but let's see what will happen. Oh, beaten outside the off stump. Not a lot of turn. Remember, it's a new ball on a very hard pitch, so it's difficult to get turn. But what you will get is the ball sliding through. After pitching, you'll get a little bit of movement. The seam is very high. And that's Balbir Singh playing the forward stroke in the approved fashion. How's that? And there's an appeal. I think the ball beat the bat. The keeper did not take it cleanly, but it hit the keeper's pad and hit the stump, and there's an appeal for a stumping. Another angle will tell you exactly what happened, but I think Faz Jahoor is just playing wrong a bit. That back foot I can see from that angle has been grounded. Balbir Singh learning a lesson very early. Is keeping his back foot in that crease. Here is Sean Ryan to close up that angle again. Round the wicket. It's usually difficult to get the ball away when the right hand off spinner bowl from that angle. to the right-handed batsman. The first person I saw doing it with great effect was Carl Hooper. Oh, that one is outside the off stump. So as a batsman, you think that the ball will be directed into your pad. So the bowler closes up that angle. And now this ball has been bowled outside the off stump. I think he's going to surprise the batsman with a straighter one. There he goes, getting it much closer. So Balbir Singh survives, and that's the end of the over. 10 gone in the run chase, 29 for 3. Yeah, from that angle I can tell that the batsman was grounded. So he did not came off the ground at all. Did not lift his back foot. Discussion in terms of the bowling. Vijay Sinarayan chatting with Captain Zamin Amin. Also Kenny Girdari in the discussion. As Fareed Hussain as well. So I guess that discussion surrounding how long will you go, Kenny? He's now coming for his 6th consecutive over. Very cool conditions. High breeze here today at MOOSA. Here's Kenny. Satchapal trying to get that straight drive past the bowler, but Kenny knocks it down in his follow through. So there's going to be a mandatory water break or a refreshments break after 15 overs, which will be the first power play as well. So the first power play, just 3 fielders are allowed. A maximum of 3 fielders are allowed outside that 30-yard circle in the first 15 overs. The second 15, 4 are final 15 of the innings. 5 persons are allowed out of that 30-yard circle. After every 5 overs, there is a substitute that can be rotated. In the air, and there goes Kenny taking the return catch one-handed, and that's the fall of Balbir Singh. Gone for 12, caught on ball Girdari, and USA sinking into further trouble in over number 11. They're 30 for the loss of 4, with Kenny striking again, picking up his 3rd wicket. He now has 3 for 17. Balbir Singh caught on ball Girdari for 12, and USA, like I said, 30 for 4. Yeah, it's a very good catch from Girdari, one-handed, but it was not hit with ferocious power, but just hit enough. He got the leading edge and bloomed in the air, and there is a tall figure of Kenny leaping and taking it one-handed. And that's the end of Balbir Singh. He has been there from the start. He saw the fall of 3 other wickets, and now he is gone. The 4th wicket in the bag for West Indies. And the captain of the USA side will now have to dig deep to get his team out of trouble. They're already in all sorts of trouble chasing on what will now become a mammoth total of 201 for 7 set by West Indies. They're in deep trouble, 30 for 4 in over number 11. So Raj Badri is the new batsman, the captain of USA, and he's out there to face the music of Kenny Girdari. So Girdari, I'm sure the discussion just before the start of the over surrounded whether he can continue for one more, and he's showing his captain Zamin Amin that yes, the one more over is not going to cause the West Indies any troubles, but will give them a wicket. So he picked up the wicket of opening batsman Balbir Singh, for 12. So it's 4 for 30, USA. And the captain of USA off the mark, but there's an appeal for a run out at the striker's end. I think the keeper broke the stump with his glove and not with the ball in his gloves. So Faz Jahur having a good day. Very busy. This will tell you. Let's see. Jahur playing as if he's a 19-year-old, just throwing his body around. I tell you what, last conversation I had with him, he's 62 years old. I'm not sure if he has celebrated a birthday since then, but at least he's older than 60 and throwing his body around. Live wire behind the stump. Well pitched up delivery from Girdari. So USA not allowed so far to get any big partnerships. Lost their first wicket with a score on 1, then 11. Third wicket going down at 24. Fourth wicket to 30. And that's the end of a successful over from Kenny G. And at the end of it, USA set a target of 202. They're 32 for the loss of 4. Cedar Ryan is going to continue. 1 for 11 from him. 5 overs sent down. Satya Paul on 5. USA desperately needs a partnership at the moment. So Raj Badre. There goes Cedar Ryan. Breeze perhaps bringing up some dust, getting into the eyes of the bowler. It's a very high windy day today. Outside the off stump, and the umpire says that's a wide, my friend. That looks like the attempted leg break from Cedar Ryan, just trying to hands over the seam. Torture 3 for the loss of 4. Good delivery again to end. No, not quite the end of the overs yet. So there's Cedar Ryan telling the umpire and the batsman he's going to go around the wicket. Just a wide in the over. The bag makes his way with the wind across the ground. Driven nicely for 1. So Badri adding to his runs, doubling his score. He's now wanted 2. As we come towards the end of over number 12. So 12 gone in the run chase. USA 34 for 4. Another over to Girdari. And this time, he is bold. So Girdari getting the ball to move back into the right-handed batsman. And this time, it is the captain of USA who is bold. Ball came back from outside the off stump and hit the stumps as he was playing on the wrong line. Badre. So the USA now sinking further into trouble. Lost their 5th wicket in over number 13. 34 for the loss of 5 with Raj Badri bowled by Kenny Girdari for 2. Very good bowling effort from West Indies so far. Perhaps got a little bit of an inside edge as well onto that one. But in the end, it's a wicket for Kenny and for West Indies. The new batsman making his way to the middle is Babar. So West Indies firmly in control of this contest, not allowing USA to get off to any kind of start, not to build a partnership either. And it's just 2 bowlers being used so far by West Indies. Kenny Girdari, 4 for 19 on the verge of a 5-wicket haul. And with him at the other end, sharing the new ball is Vijay Sinarayan, who has the other wicket. So they're in the middle of very good spells with the new ball. Another right-handed batsman for USA making his way to the middle. So Babar. Appeal for a leg before with that ball clearly heading down the leg side. And some information on Babar. So leg by signal by the umpire. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, just hitting the pad, angled from outside off down to leg. So well, naturally would have been missing this time. Satya Paul drives to cover. So Bitan Babar, top order wicket-keeper batsman, bowls outswing. Played most of his cricket in England. Captained his club Yorkshire. The man who won 6 league titles. Five Priestley Cup and 4 Black Sheep Yorkshire Champions trophies with Pudsey Kongs. So lots of pedigree in this batsman, Babar Butt. He played for England over 50s in 2017 and for Pakistan over 50s in the World Cup in 2018. After bowling out the Aussies for 165, Pakistan crashed to 94 for 9 before Butt and last man Imtiaz Tarar started to turn things around. They added 68 and had taken the side on the brink of an amazing victory when Butt was given out leg before for 46. He has a great cricket in mind, but now has moved to Massachusetts, USA, and runs a torpedo line of cricket equipment. The balls that are being used for this tournament are from his company. So, well played, Babar. You're making a contribution on and off the field. Seems to be a very good man to know. So there's a bowling change from the southern end of the ground where we're broadcasting from. is Azad Mohammed, who's going to come into the attack, and he's going to be bowling to the Babar. No, Babars are the non-strikers in. Satyapal. Satyapal. So just like Vijay Sinarayan, right arm off break, Azad Mohammed, right arm off break as well. So Mohammed grips the ball as if he's going to bowl some leg breaks, but on delivery, the ball comes out front of the arm. And that front of the arm action suggests it's off break. So here's Mohammed. Second series for West Indies. Sinarayan. West Indies just recently, as recent as the 2020 over 50s World Cup, started to play as a unit in Masters cricket. So after that World Cup was called off after 2.5 matches, West Indies returned to their homes, the West Indies players, and then eventually in 2021 played a tri-series, West Indies, USA and Canada. West Indies won that tournament, and now this is the third such tournament, the second tri-series again. Same teams, USA, Canada and West Indies. So while Mohammed missed that second series, the one in Canada in 2021, here he is in 2022 in Houston, back in the Maroons. Down the leg side, but remember, one is allowed in the over once it's not extremely wide. So that one was just marginally wide and not called by the umpire, but just to let the batsman and the bowler know that that's the one for the over. Now Mohammed overcompensating and bowling it very wide of off stump to end the over. So 2 runs conceded in the over, 38 for 5 after 14 overs. USA chasing 201 for 7 made by West Indies. So Girdhari is going to continue. He's going to be bowling his 8th consecutive over. I guess Captain Amin is looking for a 5-wicket haul for his fast bowler. So Girdhari will have to work hard. He has gotten 4 of them already. And it's usually the situation where you have gotten 99 runs and that single tends to elude you. So likewise in bowling, Girdhari has gotten 4 wickets so far, and that 5th one will just take a little longer. So runs for USA. Lashley caught in a tangle and he's holding his left hamstring. So this is the first match of this series, and already we're seeing Narayan Badesi with a side strain, cramps, not featuring in the second half of the game. And now with that chase from Lashley, he's holding his left hamstring. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. He's stretching it at the moment. Lashley, he had a good knock, but he also has a role to play with the ball and in the field. So you do not want to risk injuries at any point in time, especially at the start of a new series or tournament. So the end of another over of 8 for Kenny G completed. He's now picked up 4 for 24. 15 gone. Time for some drinks. It's 41 for 5. USA looking to get 202 to win. They need a 4-1-6-1 from 30 overs at more than 5 runs and over. So let's have some drinks and we'll be back. So we're about to resume the action here at MOOSA Stadium in Houston, Texas. It's West Indies against USA in the Champions Trophy opening match over 50s category. Umpire signaling to the scorers to stand by. We are ready to resume. It's going to be Mohammed bowling to Babar. Chance for a runner to the non-striker's end, but the field not picking up cleanly in William Lashley. So William Lashley having an ordinary day in the field, you'd say, but he was very good with the bat. That's good work in the outfield from Farid Hussain. So Azad Mohammed, known as Parla Boy. Oh, that one is cut away. Runs for USA to get just one as the ball is knocked down by Krish Haricharan. Krish had that back to his left towards a short third man. That's a good quick single taken. Driven firmly to mid-off. But Puran, that's Lawrence Puran, cannot field cleanly. There is Mohammed taking all of the pace off the delivery to end the over. The first one after the resumption. USA 43 for 5 with Babar on 4 and Satya Paul on 10. So Girdari starting his 9th and final over in a 45 overs a side contest. Bowlers are allowed to bowl a maximum of 9 overs. This is the final over in the opening burst from Kenny Girdari. 4 for 24. 5th wicket, but it's yet to come. This one is driven, but smartly knocked down by Hussain at that very short extra cover position. This time driving, but off the inner part of the bat. Satya Paul. Like I was saying earlier, Girdari picked up 4 wickets quite easily and quite quickly, but he's looking for a 5th wicket, and that one is eluding him so far. That one is too wide outside the off stump, and chase is on. He's going to run pretty close to the boundary, but will not get all the way there. Being pulled back in front of the ropes by Vice Captain Ishwar Maharaj. Ishwar Maharaj, Queen's Park Cricket Club coach as well. So let's see how can he G will favor in the final two deliveries of his spell. There's Babar opening face of the bat and getting a single. So a quick single taken. This time Hussein unable to pick up and get the throw back in quickly. There's Girdari flicked away. Fine leg will run around to his left to cut off, and that's Rajendra Sahario completing the fielding. So that's another over complete. That's the end of the spell from Kenny Girdari. 9 overs, 4 for 30. Good work from the tall right arm medium fast bowler. Congratulated by his teammates. So 9 overs, 4 for 30. Well bowled, Kenny Girdari. Mohammad Saad with a full toss in his third over, and the single will bring the first 50 for USA. So USA losing 5 wickets but getting to their 50 at the start of over number 18. 50 for 5. Satya Paul, who's on strike, is on 15. So now that Girdari has completed his spell, fine spell of bowling, perhaps we'll see the introduction of some leg breaks from the top end in the form of Farid Hussain. If not, we'll perhaps see left arm spin of Samin Amin, the captain himself. Maybe William Lashley will come from that end as well. We'll be bowling some medium pace. Right arm fast medium. Down the leg side, and the keeper stops it but not taken cleanly. So Azad looks as if he's trying to buy a wicket rather than to get a wicket in convincing fashion. Just looping the ball to the batsman, asking him to play some loose shots maybe. This was very wide outside the off stump, and it's going to run away down towards the boundary at long off 4. It's been a while that a boundary has been hit by USA, but after the water break we can see that they're a bit more positive, trying to get the ball away. And now we're seeing a boundary in over number 18. So we'll need lots more of boundaries from USA if they're going to come back into this contest and make it an even one, and then perhaps take the initiative. But at the end of the over, 54 for the loss of 5, it's still West Indies in control. as predicted, it will be leg spin in the form of Farid Hussein, businessman of Trinidad in the oil and gas industry. Very whippy action from the leg spinner. Starts with a ball on the line of the leg stump, and the batsman Babar on that occasion got a single, quickly taken. First time I saw Farid was in Trinidad in 2020 February, and I thought he was a much better bowler when he slows it down. Nice flight on this occasion, and he had a hat trick in one of the games I saw him play, bowling and flighting the ball and not using a lot of pace, but allowing the batsman to create the pace when he slows it down. To fall again, this time from Hussein. Good work from Hussein to his own bowling, and good support from behind the stumps by Jahur. It's really something special to look at when right arm leg spinner is in full flight. We can think about the late great Shane Warne. And here we see Hussein just pulling it down and being dispatched. Too short from Hussein. Owner of Asquith Engineering, a popular business in Trinidad with branch in Guyana as well. So good afternoon to all of you down there at Asquith, whether you're in Trinidad or in Guyana. Over completed the first from Hussein, 3 conceded from him in his opening over. USA looking to get 202 to win. They're 57 for 5 after 19 overs. Oh, valiant effort from Rajendra Sahario on the long on boundary. Diving but could not stop the ball from going into the boundary. It was well hit, and Sahario was perhaps a bit too wide at long on. It was a lovely shot, flowing straight drive just to the right of the bowler, and eventually got into the boundary. This is a very fast outfield, and it has dried out nicely. I understand there was some rain in the area a few days ago, but this venue looks really good. Runs again for the US. This time it's Babar hitting it down towards mid-wicket. So the surface itself reminds me of Providence back home in Guyana. Grass well manicured, and a pool tabletop finish you tend to get. But the layout of this ground reminds me of Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua. There's Azad Mohammed slowing it down right up. Now in his 4th over, Mohammed. Mohammed also from Trinidad and Tobago. Central Trinidad. Plays a lot of his cricket. Clark Road, Couva, Puisal, in that central area. That's a ball angled back into the right-hander. So Babar, a dogged innings from him so far. He's on 14. Satyapal showing equal resistance on 20. Driven nicely, but a bit uppishly and away from the fielders. So runs coming now for USA. Nice little partnership in the making between Babar and Satyapal. They got together with a score on 34 and now it's 64. So 30 runs added for the 6th wicket. Another single taken easily. So we see perhaps West Indies now leaking runs. Perhaps we'll see a change from the southern end of the ground where Azhar is bowling. Zamin Amin may very well come a call in. Now that Ian has just started his spell, so we expect for it to be given a bit of a run because that's how spinners operate. Spinners tend to take a few overs to settle in. Unless they're doing very badly, then they're taken out. So on the international scene, West Indies and England playing the 3rd and final test in Grenada. The first test in Antigua drawn, second in Barbados drawn. Now we're seeing Jack Leach and Sadiq Mahmood in a fighting 80-run partnership for England for the last wicket. Leach is on 41 and Sadiq Mahmood on 39. England at the moment 194 for 9. 194 for 9. Lashley there picking up, but just can't get the throw back quickly enough to cause any problems. A single taken again by the USA. So England at one stage 9 for 114. This one is swept away nicely down towards that deep backward square region and into the boundary for 4. So runs flowing for USA now. Babar and Satyapal at the crease and runs coming at a very good clip. 70 for the loss of 5 in the 21st over. 132 needed from 24.2 overs at a rate of over 5 runs and over. So like I said, West Indies had England in all sorts of trouble. 8 for 9 for 114. Jack Leach and Sadiq Mahmood brought things back into some respectability for England. 194 for 9, 80 runs for the final wicket so far. Alex Lees 31, Zach Crawley 7, Joe Root no score, Dan Lawrence 8, Ben Stokes 2, Johnny Bairstow no score, Ben Foakes 7, Chris Wokes 25, Craig Overton 14, all back in the pavilion. Leach at number 10 on 41, Sadiq Mahmood at number 11 and 39. Bowling for the West Indies side, Kemar Roach 2 for 40, Jaden Seals 3 for 39, Jason Holland none for 34, Kyle Mayers back in the test side 2 for 13, and Alzari Joseph 2 for 29, the successful bowlers. None so far for Encoma Bonner, Jermaine Blackwood, Craig Braffett and Jason Holder. That game is at the Grenada National Stadium in St. George's, Grenada. And back here at Houston, at the MOOSA Cricket Stadium, USA 70 for 5. Mohammed will continue. This is over number 22. A very slow and low full toss. That's a lovely shot for 4. The fielder was pushed to his left because of the previous over. There we see Satyapal looking for the vacant positions on the onside. And he got that down towards wide long on. The fielders on the onside are at that mid wicket, very straight. Long on, very straight. There's a fielder at that square leg next to the umpire. One at straightish mid wicket, and there was one at mid on. So now the mid on back towards long on. And that shot will always be on because of that high wind as well, blowing from off stump to leg stump. So with the tide, the batsman can cash in. There's always runs in the V. Over completed by Mohammed. And Mohammed, a bit expensive in the context of the game. And so far, 5 overs, none for 23 from Azad Mohammed. Bowling in tandem with his very good pal in Farid Hussain. 76 for a loss of 5 USA. Still 126 runs away from that victory target set by West Indies. West Indies this morning 201 for 7 from their 45 overs. A well-played innings of 67 retired from Narayan Badesi. Got good support from Azad Mohammed 31 and William Lashley with 37. West Indies 201 from their 45 overs. 7 wickets down. And now in reply, USA were tottering at 30 for 4, but now there's a fight back. This time Hussain starts again with a short ball outside off stump. Satyapal 27 and Babar on 20. Really putting some respectability to the scoreboard after this run chase. USA fighting back nicely. In the reply, USA lost Anthony Sahario like before in the very first over for no score. Balbir Singh was caught to bowl Girdari for 12. Faisal was bowled by Vijay Sinarayan for 5. Javika was leg before to Girdari for 2. And Raj Badri, the captain, bowled by Girdari for 2. All back in the pavilion. Scores when those wickets fell: 1, 11, 24, 40. 30 and 34. So 1, 11, 24, 30 and 34. The 6 wicket partnership Very valuable so far. A chance for a run the strikers end, and there's an appeal for a run out. Direct hit from Azad Mohammed, and that's the breakthrough for West Indies. Just when I was saying that the fight back has been great, it's Satyapal run out. The ball that was played down towards mid-on, Mohammed came very quickly, and with a direct hit, we can see on the replay, he was well short of his ground, Satyapal. Very good decision from the umpire, and that's the end of Satyapal run out for 27. A very good innings coming to an end, and now USA losing their 6th wicket at 77 in over number 23. So USA, after a little bit of a fight back, they've lost another wicket. A 43-run, 6-wicket partnership between Babar and Satyapal coming to an end with a run out. Satyapal run out. Spectacular fashion from Mohammed at mid-on for 27. Oh, this time Edge found the new batsman getting off the mark, but not in convincing fashion. The ball goes down to third man and all the way to the boundary for 4. So it looks like Shah Nawaz, the new batsman, off the mark in cheeky fashion. The ball from outside the off stump, edged away, past the keeper, past for a slip. There's a fielder at third man who could not get around in time because of this lightning fast outfield, and that's the end of the over as well. So 23 gone. USA 81 for the loss of 6, looking to get 202 to win. As predicted, it would have been a bowling change from the southern end. Zamin Amin bringing himself on in over number 24. So Amin, left arm orthodox spinner. The man from Chesney Village in Guyana on the Quarantine Coast in Berbice. Outside the off stump, and maybe struck outside the off stump, and umpire says, Babar, you have to go. And that is wicket number 7. And there we see again another bowler striking in the first over of his spell. In this case, it's Zamin Amin getting the wicket of the set batsman in Babar. Leg before for 21. It's now 81 for 7. And after a fight back with a 6-wicket partnership of 43 runs, 43 runs, you see another wicket going down. It's Babar, leg before to Zamin Amin for 21. USA 81 for 7. We'll perhaps have a look at the replay straight on. This angle will show the bowler. And it was a clean delivery. But Babar is back in the pavilion. Well played. Here is the replay. Ball pitched just outside the off stump and angled back into the right-handed batsman. And there we see wicketkeeper Fazal Jahoor telling Babar, look at the umpire, not behind. And I guess the batsman knew that he was a victim of a leg before decision there. Turned his back on the umpire. Did not want to see that dreaded finger going up. And in the end, he's sent packing. So the new batsman is JV. And that's out for sure. From every angle you can see that one has hit plumb in front. And that's the fall of another wicket. 8th wicket going down now for USA. And it seems as if the writing is on the wall. 8 for 81, chasing 202. It's just a matter of time. It's JV, leg before to Zamin Amin without scoring. And in over number 24, it seems as if USA are staring down a barrel. Let's have a look. And decisions like that, when you, as a batsman, you're hit in front, you do not wait for the umpire. You tend to walk without getting the marching orders. But JV waited for the umpire, and umpire said, that's it, my friend, you gotta go. The new batsman for USA making his way to the middle is Sanjay Pandya. I love the little note that was passed to me about Sanjay Pandya. And I'm going to read it once again. Left arm spinner, a right hand middle order batsman. Played for USA over 50 team in Canada. I guess that was in 2021. Member of the executive committee for Masters for the year 2022. And I love this part the most. Avid singer and professional poker player. So in addition to his cricketing exploits, he's also good with the microphone when he's singing. And oh, that's a terrible ball from Amin, and it's almost getting him a wicket with Lashley almost coming up with that catch, that short fine leg region, maybe bordering on a leg gully. It was a very loose delivery, and the batsman looking to lap it around almost succeeded in giving it into the hands of Lashley. Yes, he's a poker player as well, so I guess that's his poker face. The number 11 probably will be Kuldeep Patel. This one is turned into the onside, will not result in any run this time. There's also Vikram Raman. So I guess one would have been 12 and the other 11. So let's see who's going to be number 11 for the US. Team USA. Oh, Zamin Amin bringing this ball back in from outside the off stump with the arm. So that's why he's getting those wickets with the batsmen on their pad. Overcoming to an end. A double blow in the over for Zamin Amin. His first over. 2 for 2 from him. And USA set a target of 202. They're 83 for the loss of 8. Seems to be a much better over so far from Hussein. Looks totally different when he's not trying to bowl too fast. So Hussein, in typical leg spin fashion, got through his over very quickly. A maiden sent down by Hussein. 25 overs gone in the run chase. 83 for the loss of 8. West Indies need just 2 wickets for victory. USA need 119. So Sanjay Pandya and Shah Nawaz, just a matter of formality, just battling it out at the moment. Again, some good spin bowling. That one almost came back with the arm and hit the stump, but in the end, good technique and good judgment being shown by the batsman. Over completed, 85 for the loss of 8, 26 gone. Chance being created, but Mohammed could not complete the catch, and as the ball fell just by his shoelaces. Start of a new Farid Hussein over, the 27th of the innings. So in addition to this match today, there's also a game at Prairie View where West Indies over 60s. They're taking on USA over 60s as well. So simultaneous tournaments over 50s, over 60s. So today the start of the over 50s and the over 60s tournament. No, tournaments, there are two tournaments. And these are being played back to back. Well, simultaneously. So today, the opening match, we're calling it the USA A side against West Indies over 50s. That's happening right here. Tomorrow is going to be the continuation of the over 60s tournament with USA taking on West Indies over 60s. Tomorrow being Friday. And that game is going to be at Prairie View once again. The over 50s tournament will continue on Saturday when West Indies take on Canada at Prairie View. So remember, it's a tri-nation, it's a triangular series. West Indies, Canada, USA. So tomorrow over 60s at Prairie View, West Indies and Canada. And then on Saturday, tomorrow Prairie View will be West Indies and USA in the over 60s. And then West Indies on Saturday over 50s will take on Canada at Prairie View as well. Very full and very slow delivery from Amin. This one is hit uppish by Nawaz, but dropped well short of the fielder at mid-off in 3. Oh, flighted, and the batsman has to look very high up in the air, but he kept his cool and then offered a defensive bat. Well played in the end. So that's the end of another over from Zamin. At the end of 28, USA 8 for 88. So Hussein yet to pick up a wicket. He's into his 6th over. After this over, there'll be one more. Then there'll be the mandatory drinks break, which will also signal the end of the second power play. Full toss down the leg side, runs for USA again. Lawrence Puran, the policeman, is after it, giving chase. He's going to get there just in front of the ropes, down at fine leg. And Fazal Jahoor, the wicketkeeper, very smart work from him. Ran towards the edge of the 30-yard circle to gather. And would have been in position to relay that ball if the batsmen were going for an extra run. In the end, just 2. So 90 for loss of 8 now. I like the energy. I'm really loving the energy, in fact, from wicketkeeper Fazal Jahoor. 62 years of age and really showing some fitness. Over completed, 29 gone, USA, 90 for the loss of 8. So William Lashley is into the attack, and there's an appeal for a run out at the striker's end, but not out, says the umpire. So Lashley, having his first opportunity with the ball, had a good knock of 37 when West Indies were batting in for his first bowl. And already we see some anxious moments being created. 91 for 8 now, USA. It's a good start to the bowling spell from William Lashley. His first over coming to an end. That's the end of 30 overs in the run chase as well. It's time for drinks with USA 91 for 8, looking to get 202 to win. We're about to resume the action. The final 15 overs coming up in this contest. USA against West Indies. Start of Champions Trophy 2022 in Houston. And it's going to be Farid Hussain to pick up the attack in over number 31. First delivery after the break. A good one from Hussain. Shah Nawaz on 7. Sanjay Pandya on 7 as well. USA fighting back. 91 for a loss of 8. And there's a chance for a run out, and it's not going to be taken. Throw eventually coming in, but not accurate enough and not quick enough from Rajendra Sahario at wide short third man. So lots of work for USA to do if they're going to get back into this contest. That's well bowled by Hussain. It's just about 5:48 back home in the Caribbean, in the Eastern Caribbean. 4:48 in Jamaica. This one's driven back past the bowler. How's that? There's an appeal for a run out, and he's gone. First over after break. The first over at the start of the final power play. And the 9th wicket going down for USA. It's Shah Nawaz run out for 8. And we'll have a look. The second run being taken. And the throw came in towards the non-strikers end, not the strikers end. And resulting in a wicket of Shaw. There it is. This says Shaw going back for the second. Throw was coming in. Hussain took it. And well short of his ground. Coming back to complete the second run. So that's the end of that. 93. I think the score is going to be now 93 for the loss of 9. In fact. Throw coming in from Ishwar Miraj down at long off. The new batsman, number 11 for the USA, is Vikram Raman. He's at the non-strikers end, but will have strike at the start of the new over. The over completed, 31 gone. West Indies 1 away from a victory. USA need 110 more. I don't think that will come. It's just a matter of time before that final wicket goes. That will give West Indies victory in this opening match of the Champions Trophy 2022. 92 for 2, USA after 31. 92 for 9, sorry. So William Lashley is going to continue, and maybe he'll be having an opportunity to get a wicket himself. Very slow ball, and an appeal for something from Faz Jahoor. So William Lashley, the son of Peter Lashley, many of you would have heard that name of yesteryear, Peter Lashley. In fact, he was just nicknamed Peter. He was born as Patrick Douglas Lashley. He played 4 tests for the West Indies in the 1960s. So the father started as a middle order batsman, then later on in his career started to open the batting. He played his domestic cricket in Barbados from 1958 to just about 1975 and had a double century against Guyana. Highest score 204. So this is his son, William Lashley, having a bowl. Oh, that's a full toss, but not punished. Oh, that's right outside the off stump. Umpire agrees. You'll have to bowl that again, my friend. And on the international scene, England all out 204 with Saqib Mahmood being bowled the last man out by Jermaine Blackwood for 49, leaving Jack Leach not out on 41. Outside the off stump again, umpire says this time it's good. So when day 2 begins tomorrow morning in Grenada, in the Spice Isle of Grenada, West Indies will be batting. Short ball, and Sanjay will have none of it. In fact, that's Vikram will have none of it. Vikram yet to get off the mark. Sanjay is on 7 USA, 94 for 9 after 32. So here is Hussain. It's really a nice view, and this ground has a far way to go in terms of international. I was speaking to one of the big players in USA cricket, and they're preparing for some League 2 matches in cricket. I understand Scotland, the UAE will be on tour very soon and should have matches right here at MOOSA. Also, Papua New Guinea, Oman are some of the teams scheduled to play here in the near future. Low full toss. This will allow Vikram to get off the mark. So MOOSA Stadium, MOOSA Cricket Stadium, you can tell that it's built for cricket. They're permanent sight screens on either the ground. There's also batting cage, the outdoor nets, but it's covered, so in rainy weather you can also utilize the facility. There are 2 permanent concrete strips and 2 turf practice strips. Home and away dressing rooms, broadcast facility, scorers booth. But missing, maybe it's an umpire's room for the officials and the perhaps persons related to the tournament or associated with a tournament. So over completed, and Hussein has completed 8 overs. He has one more to go in his quota of 9 overs. 96 for 9 USA. Zamin Amin sent down a few overs of his own, got 2 wickets in his first over. Vijay Sunarayan also in the wickets column very early. But now it's going to be William Lashley, who's on debut for West Indies over 50s, getting his opportunity. Faz Jahoor also on debut, the wicketkeeper. So the debutants really making a good impression. And speaking of debut, West Indies legend, fast bowling legend Colin Croft is playing with the West Indies over 60s at the Prairie View ground in that over 60s tournament. And the tournaments will continue. Tomorrow we'll have over 50 matches. Well, one over 50 match tomorrow, Friday. West Indies over 60, I beg your pardon, over 60 tomorrow. West Indies and USA. That one came back nicely and almost clipped the off stump. Just another coat of varnish maybe on either the ball or the wicket. Would have seen it being disturbed. That off bail might have been clipped. So the next time the over 50s for West Indies will be in action, it will be on Saturday, right? At the Prairie View ground. They will be taking on Canada. That was a tri-series. Champions Trophy 2022, West Indies, USA and Canada. So West Indies will next take on Canada on Saturday. Over 50s. So that's the end of the over from Lashley. His third. So far, 5 runs conceded. So 98 for 9. And this one is heading into a one-sided affair finish. You can pretty much see where this one is heading. West Indies showed up. Most players arrived yesterday. There was one opportunity in the batting cage. Some players arrived the day before, but only one opportunity was allowed because of the scheduling. So it's good to see that the West Indies side putting in a good show in their first outing here today in the tournament. Hussein starts his final over, 9th and final. 20 runs conceded so far from his 8. Let's see if you pick up the final wicket. Down the leg side, but fielder at square leg. Stops, but not cleanly. That's Lawrence Puran. And the batsman will just skip across for 1. Sanjay Pandya is on 10. Vikram Rama. I think he's dropped. Based on the reaction of Fazil Jahoor, gets the impression that the batsman is dropped. Faz sets high standards for himself. That's a very quick delivery. Maybe Colin Croft pace. Crofty in the West Indies over 60s. He said at his age at 69, it's just a matter of getting in some exercise, extending the life of his heart, getting the heart rate up. So Hussein, towards the back end of his spell, 21 runs so far, yet to pick up a wicket. 9 overs from Farid Hussain completed, none for 21. Economical, but did not pick up a wicket. At the end of 35 overs overall, USA 99 for 9. 10 overs to go in the run chase. West Indies need 1. USA need 103. So here's Lashley searching for his first wicket as well. He's been a bit more greedy, not giving me a lot of runs. Now in his fourth, 5 runs conceded. Outside the off stump, 1 more at least will be given. So that's what Masters Cricket is doing for a lot of these players, if not all. That's giving them another opportunity to play some cricket, extend their playing days. And it's called a second innings because many of them would have played in their heyday and now having a next chance to play. These might have been fringe players, might have been players like Colin Croft, who would have represented the international side, but still has an interest, still has the ability. And would like to get some time on the park. And Crofty was very excited to join the West Indies over 60s. And certainly a crowd favourite so far in the tournament. Of the teams here, I think everyone has taken a picture with him so far. This one is hit straight to mid-off along the ground. So Lashley enjoying his bowling. That's William Lashley, son of Peter Lashley. This one down the leg side. Batsman looking to sweep it. No contact made. And that's the end of the over. So 4 overs sent down by Lashley, and he has conceded 6 runs, 100 coming up very quietly for USA. They're exactly 100 for 9, which means they're 102 runs away from that 202 target. West Indies need 1 wicket to complete victory. So the West Indies vice captain is introduced into the bowling attack. Ishwar Maharaj. So Maharaj, who opened the batting today with Rajendra Sahario for West Indies. Got 10 when he was batting. Now he has the ball in hand looking for a wicket. Gets a full toss to Vikram. Vikram does not put it away. So Maharaj continues. Maharaj, qualified coach in his native Trinidad and Tobago, where he is at the Queen's Park Cricket Club in downtown Port of Spain. Mirage in his younger days would have played in the Stanford T20 tournament in the Caribbean for St. Lucia. Also played for Canada in the 2003 World Cup. This one is hit down towards extra cover and is going to run pretty close to the boundary. And we'll get there now in front of Farid Hussein. Hussein was late in picking it up, and the ball just rolls across the rope. Some spectators on the outside just trying to cheer on the final pair at the crease for USA. It's now 104 after 37 overs. So 8 overs to go. So West Indies have 8 overs in which they can pick up 1 wicket, or USA need 8 overs to get 98 runs, but they have to do it at a rate of 12.25. I think it will be easy for West Indies rather than the USA at this stage. So Lashley will continue. Yeah, MOOSA Cricket Stadium. It's really a nice facility, very open setting. Reminds me so much of the Stanford Cricket Ground in Antigua. Stanford Cricket Ground was developed by who was then the Texan millionaire, Alan Stanford. This one is racing away down towards long on and into the boundary. So Rajendra Sahario at long on, standing to allow Lawrence Puran to run from long off to try and cut it off. And I think Sahario would have had the easier option of skipping across to his left, but he allowed the fielder to come all the way from long off, and he was not able to get there in time. So 4 more to USA, 108 now for the loss of 9. Yes, Texan, so originated from right here in the US, went on to Antigua, developed that Stanford Cricket Ground, where he had that tournament, the Stanford T20 tournament, 2006 it started. Had 2008 edition as well. Then there was the $1 million tournament between West Indies 11 and England for $1 million. West Indies won that one by 10 wickets. And shortly after that, Alan Stanford was discovered to be in some not so clean affairs and had his assets frozen and went to jail. So this ground reminds me of that ground that was developed in Antigua. It's now called the Coolidge Cricket Ground, which is being used by Cricket West Indies as their head office in Antigua, just off of the airport. It's now 110 for the loss of 9 with 38 overs bowled, and William Lashley finishing 5 overs, none for 12 for him so far. Yeah, so that Stanford Cricket Ground in Antigua looks pretty much like what we're having here in Houston, Texas. Open ground, very similar style in terms of the dressing rooms and the facilities that they have here. So maybe they say great brains think alike. Let's see if that is the case. Mirage, second over. Ishwar Mirage. his quicker one. Sanjay Pandya has been there for a long time for his 43 deliveries. Vikram Rama gets this one past the wicket keeper who's standing up. And that one is going to go into the boundary as well. So Rajendra Sahario moving very gingerly, not necessarily attacking the balls, despite we can say West Indies are ahead. But Sahario just ambling behind the balls and not chasing. Sahario, I think at the moment 57 years old. Had his playing days in Guyana at Port Morant. Quite an attractive batsman in his days. Played alongside the likes of Swadesh and Sunil Daniram. Had some guys, Nolan McKenzie, Sean Holder. Those guys in Georgetown played around the same time with Sahario. Rajendra Sahario. Sahario has been playing some softball cricket as well of recent. It's all about getting that heart rate up, and he has been doing so. Runs again for USA. This one is hit down towards cover. It will not get to the boundary. It's going to stop way in front of the ropes. So the fielder at short cover will have to go all the way to the boundary to collect. And even if he had walked that, it would not have gotten into the boundary. So 3 more. That's as the over comes to an end. So 39 gone. USA 117 for 9. Still 85 away from victory. West Indies still need that 1 wicket. So West Indies this morning asked to bat first. Got 201 for a loss of 7. Maraj, that's Ishwar Maraj, 10. Rajendra Sahario, 20. Farid Hussain, 1. Lawrence Puran, 2. Narayan Badesi, a well-played 67 before he retired. Azad Mohammed, 31. William Lashley, 37. Vijay Sinarayan, 10. Zamin Amin, 6. Not out in the end. And Kenny Girdari, 1. So 201 for 7. 3 wickets to JV. That's Javlant Vakil. 1 apiece to Kuldeep Patel, Rama and Raj Badri. This is Vikram Rama on strike. In reply, USA lost Anthony Sadio in the very first over without scoring. Birbal Singh followed for 12. Faisal 5. Jivaka 2. As this ball gets close to the boundary as well, will not get there. Going to be pulled up just in front of the row by Krish Haricharan. So USA, let's look at their batting lineup and their scorecard already. So Anthony Sadio, no score. Birbal Singh 12. Faisal 4. Javika 2. Satyapal 27. Raj Badri 2. Babar 21. Shah Nawaz 7. JV no score. It's now Sanjay Pandya and Vikram Raman, the last pair at the crease for USA. That's really putting on a fight so far. 28 runs for the final wicket. And just like West Indies men's team in Grenada could not dislodge the last pair easily, West Indies here in Houston having a hard time in getting the final wicket. .28 runs added so far for the final wicket. While in Grenada, there was a 90-run partnership for the final wicket before West Indies got that wicket. This one is hit in the air. Kenny settles but drops it. And now the chance for a run at both ends because the batsmen were in the middle of of the wicket. Ball watching as the ball went into the air, and Kenny Girdari could not hold on to it. It was a simple catch, and in the end, floored it. So another chance gone a begging, but at the end of the over, USA is still battling, still surviving. Sanjay Pandya, 16. Vikram Raman on 13. 120 for 9. 5 overs to go. So there's going to be a bowling change at the far end with Vijay Sinarayan coming back into the attack. Sinarayan, before this, 6 overs, 1 for 13. So Maharaj just bowled 2 overs and is removed. So West Indies captain Zamin Amin looking for this final wicket. So 28 runs to the value so far for the final wicket. So USA, remember they'll have to take on Canada as well, USA. So they'll want to ensure that they have some time in the middle. Looking to cut away. Ball too close to cut. Eventually went into the gloves and out of the keeper. So you can see there's a spring in the step of the batsman. Of recent, they had a few boundaries. So as a result of that, the confidence has gone right up. Ice bowled. Sinarayan getting the final wicket. 120 all out USA in the 41st over, giving West Indies victory by 81 runs. So West Indies striking first blood in this Champions Trophy tri-series between USA, Canada and West Indies. West Indies beating USA in the opening match by 81 runs. USA replying to 201 for 7 made by West Indies, bowled out for 120 in 40.3 overs. In the comfortable victory for West Indies. Let's have a look. Some amount of turn for Sinarayan coming down towards the end of the innings. So he's now finished with 2 for 13. As the end of the final wicket, Vikram Raman, bowled by Sinarayan. Leaving Sanjay not out on 16. In the end, 8-1 run victory for West Indies. And they will take that any day. They'll be back here. In fact, they'll be back playing again West Indies over 50s on Saturday when they take on Canada at Prairie View Ground. So, news from the game from today. West Indies winning by 81 runs against USA. Final scores, West Indies 201 for 7 from their 45 overs. USA 120 all out, 40.3 overs. That's about all the time we have for you today. We hope that you have enjoyed our coverage. We certainly have enjoyed bringing it to you. We do invite you to join us tomorrow when West Indies over 60s take on USA over 60s at Prairie View. So until then, my name is John Ramsing, wishing you well for the rest of the evening. Until next time, it's goodbye.